Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, November the 15th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Roger. Guys, I'm going to ask a couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. Wow, what a morning already. Now, before this happened, the PPI numbers came out. I guess that was at 8:30. To me, it was going to be all about KWeb in China. There were so many China stocks. KWeb is big pop. Again, you want to read into it. Favorable discussions between your country and China, etc. G20 meeting on, of course. Anyway, KWeb popping up, and at the beginning, virtually every single stock that had gapped up were China stocks. Then the PPI numbers came out. So we have a lot more. There's no point in going over them all. I'll try to cover some of the earnings plays. And as disclosure, believe it or not, guys, I'm like swing Amazon. I'm in it, and I may swing it. Now, this is before the PPI came out. Reading reports, of course, on Amazon's looking at laying off, I don't know, 11,000 people or something. So I'm wondering it could follow in Meta's footsteps after they did that. So I'm in just over 101, okay, and I got about $5 or $6 stop on it, so I'm giving it some leeway and see what happens. Just see what happens. I don't normally do this sort of thing, but and then the PPI came out, so that certainly helped that and many, many, many more stocks. So let's take a look at some of the other things. Now TSM was gapping up. I know it's China. Or not China, yeah, Taiwan. Okay, let's Taiwan. I guess a filing revealed that Warren Buffett has taken a stake in this. I don't know if he had a previous stake, but at any rate, I guess there's a bunch of filings today for hedge funds. And so a lot of disclosures are being made. And one of them, again, was Warren Buffett's fund with a stake, I think $60 million. I think it was $60 million for TSM. So now the only China stocks I'm looking at, there's no point looking at them all, but if they had earnings, yeah, why not? So here's QH. QH is a China stock, has earnings also. Trying to remember why I have KBH here. It may have popped. Yeah, so I had KBH when it was down here. Okay, so forget about that one. This was a gap down, a little bit of a gap down. Obviously not a gap down anymore. AZTA. AZTA is an earnings play. Yes, this is an earnings play. Nice gap up. Getting close. Well, not really. I was going to say it was close to the 200-day, but not really. It's about $6 away. So AZTA, earnings play. And they've also instated a $1.5 billion stock buyback. SHLS, this was low volume. Let me see what the volume is like now. This is an earnings play, I believe. SHLS, Shoals. Yeah, the volume is still pretty low. Pretty big float, 105 million. That's a great move on 105 million, 22%, but the volume is pretty low. But it is an earnings play. Rum is an earnings play. I was expecting most things were going to rise, but this is actually an earnings play, rising with the PPI. Earnings play for rum, and obviously not what was expected. TME, I know it's another China stock, but it's also an earnings play. TME is an earnings play also. Walmart had earnings. WMT probably popped up after with that PPI. Yeah. So Walmart's had earnings or has earnings right now, and a nice gap up for it for Walmart. WMT probably going to help most of the retailers. Remember yesterday's TBLT? TBLT actually released earnings after hours yesterday. Initial reaction was pretty good, but right now, not as good. Initial reaction as in the mauve area right here. You can see a little pop, but right now it's starting to sink. Para, boy, oh boy, this one has really had a nice move, about a 25% move from these lows here, $15 to $20. At this point, this was an all-time low, and I was really thinking this was going to just keep sinking and sinking and sinking. This had earnings on the 2nd, so that was the reaction right there. And then, further reaction, a few days, but look at this. Big day yesterday. I don't know if there was some news on this one yesterday, but this, that's a big, big move and a continuation. So Para is now over $20. So I mean, this has got some room, guys. I mean, this 2045 looks like the next high is looking left over here. If it takes out 2045, then you can start looking at this 23 level as a potential area. So I mean, this is still got some room. It's a pretty big float, but after that move yesterday, actually, I guess that was not yesterday. That was Friday's move. Yesterday's move was just really did nothing. So that was Friday's move. Apologies. ARQT is phase 3. So the initial reaction was really good, but then it just sold off. So take a look, dive into this a little bit more. Phase 3 study, met its key goals, et cetera, et cetera. However, it really did sell off. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers also. Twist, TWST. TWST, a hit piece by Scorpion, short seller. Came out, I guess, this morning. Got down to 21. Wow. Big bounce, though. My goodness, 20 from 22 up back up to 30. I think if Zach's here, I don't know if Zach is in the room yet. I think he says that these guys, Scorpion, don't have the same, shall we say, power. Well, they had some power to knock it down to 21, but maybe staying power as some of the other short sellers. They are good enough. Is that what you wanted to say? They are good enough. Okay, I wasn't sure. I can't remember the group that you say as garbage. There's some group that you think is kind of garbage. There's so many of them now. I just lose track. Is Para a Buffett stock? Thank you, Bill. Bill in our YouTube room. So Para is a Buffett stock. Okay. And I see. You're right. Absolutely right. Thank you. Yeah. So Para is a Buffett stock. On the 14th, that news came out. It might have been earlier, but yeah, increases stake in Paramount. Okay. So that is your reason. Well, he really bottom fished because that was an all-time low down here. Thank you, Bill, in our Bill Northrop in our YouTube room pointed that out to me. Who's looking at Peggy? Well, I'll look at it, but I'm sure there's so many, like most stocks are probably moving higher here. So let's see, 34%. Yeah, lots of volume. It's going to trade the float easily. 4 million in the 4.6 million in the float. It's traded 3.3 already. So this will trade the float easily. See if there's any specific news. Trading higher after the company. Let's see, we don't have it as an earnings play. So we don't have it as an earnings play. So I'm not sure. Some of these small guys, they release almost when they feel like it. I don't want to say it quite like that, but so I guess this is an earnings play for Peggy, P-E-G-Y. Yeah, Casa, this is a big day. For what is it, Form 13 or something? I never remember the names of these things. Let me see if I can find out. 13F, there you go. So it's 13F season where hedge funds with at least $100 million in assets under management reveal their holdings. However, as it says, you give investors a chance to see what they bought and sold during the quarter, including long positions, but shorts are not disclosed. Yeah, as it says, important to remember that 13Fs don't tell the whole story about what the funds are doing. Bearish bets like short selling are not included in the statement, so visible long course holdings could actually be hedges against those positions. Anyway, so this is, I guess, is a big day. Wow, I was wrong about Berkshire. It's 60 million shares of TSM, not $60 million worth. So that is a huge, huge deal for TSM. 60 million shares. I don't know what the price he got in at, but hmm. Wasn't she involved with DNA also? I think this is an earnings play. No, no, DNA. DNA. Wasn't that one of hers also? It's an earnings play. No, no action on it, but yeah, DNA right here. I'm pretty sure it is because I remember the name Ginkgo. Yeah, I do. They get sent to YouTube. Yeah, Shooting Star. When you say a recap, I do a just one stock. We figure people won't listen. I used to do like 5, 8, 10 minute recaps, and you know what? Attention span of gnats nowadays. So we're just cutting it to one stock, and we'll try to do it less than a minute. Unfortunately, it's the way of the world. So it's not a recap as such. It's one stock. I enjoyed doing the recaps, but I was just told, you know what? Don't do it anymore. So I listen to the people that pay me. In a moment, as I'm pouring a little bit of coffee here. You guys still can't hear that, right? That noise canceling. You hear nothing other than me. Amazing. All right, 9:13. Let's take a look to see what the analysts have got for upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Well, they're still not letting go of the downgrades. There's still way more downgrades than upgrades, but let me get some of the upgrades in. I'll get the downgrades in. This is from briefing.com, nothing to do with trade ideas, just a service I use. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. Now I'll get the downgrades in. As I say, way more downgrades than upgrades. All right, let me get some of these in here. I'm looking to see if there are any multiple downgrades. One stock being downgraded by various firms, kind of like yesterday's. See more MOR, which got hit hard yesterday. A couple of more downgrades. MOR, pretty cheap now though. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Let me get them pasted into our YouTube room. All right, let's see now. Anything popping in here? There's a Peggy. So this has been on obviously a steep decline ever since its huge run from 77 cents, almost unabated, except for that day, from 77 cents to $7. So a 10 bagger basically in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. So about a week and a half of trading. Went from 70 cents. We'll just call it from 70 to $7. But after that, slid. Powell is also an earnings play, guys. POWW is an earnings play also. It's a big gap down, actually, pretty big gap down. You know, when you look at this daily chart, looks like it was kind of basing for quite a while, and now earnings, and it's been hit down 18%. Okay, so exercise I'm going to go through right now. I'm going to take a look at the major sectors, but I'm also going to take a look at where they are with relation to the 200-day moving average. Okay, so I'm going to click on New from our toolbar, and then Docked Channel Bar, and then I'm going to go down where it says Show More, and then I can get my sector status. I anticipate every sector is going to be green with this big market pop, huge market pop. So, of course it is. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So here's XLE, that's the major ETF for energy. Excuse me, these are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 95% green, what that means is that every single stock that makes up XLE above yesterday's close. All right. And so there obviously, shouldn't say obviously, but there's no weak sector. Right now, there is no weak sector at all. But what I want to do also, though, is to take a look at the sectors individually to see where they are in relation to their 200-day moving average. Okay. And you can see really the strong sectors. So let's obviously, XLE has been strong for months now or weeks now anyway. There's the 200-day moving average. So in October, that's October 3rd is when it broke above the 200-day moving average, that green line. So, XLE has been strong for quite a while now. Take a look at XRT, the retail sector, you know, with Macy's, not Macy's, I'm sorry, but Walmart giving it a pop. It's almost at the 200-day. I mean, again, for everybody, thinks that the world or the market is really continue to fall. I mean, it might, don't get me wrong. I have no idea where it's going from here, but I mean, these 200-day moving averages are, I think anyway, are pretty significant. So there's XRT flirting with it. XLP, right at it. Okay, right at it. XLV, healthcare, of it. Now, communication should still be well below. XLC, probably still well below. Yeah, so XLC, and then we'll take a look at the tech sector, XLK, still well below. However, the gap is shrinking. Communications is certainly. So, I mean, if you ever thought the market was really truly going to recover, I mean, and you're looking for bounce plays, I mean, communications could be the one. If you think the market is going to keep recovering, because I mean, look where it is in relation to the 200-day moving average. Okay, starting to move a little higher. And of course, then there's XLK, but it's getting closer and closer to the 200-day. Let's take a look at materials, XLB. Where is it in relation to the 200? Above it. Financials, XLF. Above it. Consumer discretionary, XLY. So really, did I do materials? I can't remember if I did materials, XLB. Yeah, so materials on. So the three that are below the 200-day moving average, XLC is the big one, okay? It's probably got the biggest gap underneath the 200-day moving average. And then you have retail, and then you have consumer discretionary. I think XLY, I think was below it. Yeah, so there were three major sectors below, but technology is starting to fill that little gap. It doesn't have that much more to go to get that back to the 200-day moving average. So again, if I were thinking that maybe the market's going to recover in some fashion, then that communication sector is the one that still has a ways to go. I don't think I did industrials. XLI. Yeah, industrials above also. So I mean, we've got out of the 9 big ETFs for the market, big sector ETFs, they're all above, except well, 3 of them are above, and six are above, and 3 below the 200-day moving average. So. Guys, I've been talking about this PACB for a while. Why? Because I think 14 is the next high looking left. Well, except for yesterday's high, of course, but actually it's above yesterday's high. Sorry, right now it is anyway. Yesterday's high was 1086. That it's been a choppy one. And then checking that weekly chart. Yeah, there's the high right there, guys. 1420, sorry, 1420. So that is, I think that's on the daily also. So I think that's the next high for Pack B. Now, the only issue is that they are going to be presenting, I think, on the 17th, which is, what are we now, the 15th? And we're Tuesday, so that's on Thursday, okay? Well, it says right there, Thursday. So, that's the issue about swinging it. You never know what they're going to say or how it's going to be, not presented, but the reaction, what the reaction is going to be to their presentation. Path, let's take a look at Path from Zach. Okay, now so maybe is this a preliminary sales results? Okay, so they officially have earnings on the 1st, okay, December 1st. So I guess this is kind of reported preliminary sales results. So a little precursor to their official earnings release, but you know what? This may as well be, this is their pseudo official earnings release, I suppose. FDMT is hitting my scanner here. FDMT, this was yeah, yesterday had okay, got to get back to my daily chart. Had a great week, but let's take a look at the daily chart. I knew it had a nice day yesterday. Yeah, so I had a great day yesterday, good couple of days yesterday. I'm sorry, yeah, that's Monday. I got to get my day straight here. That's Friday. Sorry, guys. That's Friday. Okay. That's the Friday candle. That's yesterday's candle. For some reason, I keep thinking it's Wednesday today, but this is today right there. So I had a great day on Friday. I do remember this. Fairly low float, 28 million. And Goldman. Okay. Well, here you go, guys. I don't think I saw that one is one of my, yes, I did. One of the upgrades I didn't read though was Goldman. So Goldman is a $68 price target on them. Why not? Well, that's a bad, I mean, that's a huge price target, obviously. Had earnings on the 8th, back here. Did you say this was QRTEA? Wasn't this one of those, is it Michael Bure? Didn't you mention that one yesterday, Zach? About QRTEA? Or am I wrong? Okay. Well, it's a big float. Thank you, William. 1 minute to the open. Already. Okay. All right, guys. 1 minute to the open. Oh, let's have a great trading day today. A lot of excitement pre-market to be sure. Starting off with all the China stocks with K-Web and then the PPI at 8:30, 5:30 my time. Market's selling off just a little bit here. So I'm going to get rid of this. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. I will miss things that just run right from the beginning, but I've just seen too many times stocks whip up and down, especially in the first, especially in the first minute. All right, guys, we're now open for business. Okay, True is making a little bit of a move here. Did not see this in the pre-market really. Hit a high of 282, not an earnings play. After AutoNation announced it is acquired a 6.1% ownership stake in TrueCar. Okay, so that I guess that there's a reason for that first spike. Okay, so there is some news for True. Fetch, guys, FTCH right at the 200-day moving average area. Okay, 1082, FTCH, a move. This has earnings, looks like on Thursday after hours. Holy smokes, look at Pac B now, guys. Look at Pac B. Look at the volume that came in. I know I've been talking about this, I think since last week. I know since last week. In order to have taken, you had to have a pretty wide stop, but this, for me, was going to be more like a swing. But look at this Pac B now. I don't know what's going to happen right here, but a lot of volume has come in already. Twist, Tony Twist is for all you hockey fans out there. TWST is moving down now. It's showing up on a 10-day daily breakdown. If this were an all-time low, very possible I would take it immediately, but I'm not going to. Plus, got to be really careful with this one, in my opinion. I mean, this gap down to 21, it came right back up to 32. So, I mean, you're going to have some pretty wild swings here. But it is definitely moving down again for a while anyway. It's investor day today for Pac B. Okay, tomorrow they present. So it's all about the reaction. Yeah, I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to. I'd love to take the short right now, but it already has bounced about 80 cents from the low. I mean, it might continue down, but what? JK, what are you doing? This is my, amazingly, could be my, I don't know how long I'm going to hold Amazon, guys. I got in around 101 this morning. But this is going to be a swing trade for me. Wow, rum is just getting hammered here. Rum is not shortable for me now. I think it was earlier. So rum is an earnings play. MNSO from yesterday, guys. Remember this one from yesterday? MNSO. It's a little early. Pre-market highs were 1050. Okay, so I see the AI is put a short on ARQT. It's a bit of a spread issue right now, 1924, 1945. So it's a bit of a spread issue. To me, there looks like pretty decent support around, just under 19. So I don't know how much more we get out of that. If you took this one, 10-cent TME earnings play. TME is an earnings play. Some good rippage here. Look at this right through the 200-day moving average for TME. And what's the next high looking left? The next high looking left is 539. So it's getting close to that high. And TCOM is another China stock, not an earnings play, I believe. No, it's not an earnings play. TCOM, China stock. So again, as I say, most of the time, if you're going to play a China stock, especially a China stock that does not have any specific news to it, keep an eye on KWEB. I mean, look at KWEB. My goodness, look at KWEB right here. Okay, so if you're going to play a China stock, I would have KWEB thumbnailed so you can see what's happening. This gives you a good barometer of what's happening to most of the China stocks. Okay, the ones that don't have news specific to them, like TCOM. I don't think TCOM has any news specific to them. It's just moving with the China market. Another China stock, LU. Ton of China stocks, guys. But again, keep an eye on KWEB. Morning, Ija, NRSN from Ija in our YouTube room. Let's take a look at NRSN. So let me ask you this, Ija. You're looking at NRSN. I know you want to go long NRSN. And yeah, there are 144,000 shares available to short at Interactive Broker, but the buy rate is 86. The fee rate is 86.87. Is that what you're looking at? Is this the secret to your success? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room? No, it is also coming into the 200-day moving average and the VWAP. So it's a little bit above the VWAP. Come on, you fess up, Ija. Is that it? Is that what you're looking at all the time? Just the fee rate? And if it's really high, you go for it. Wow, look at mass, guys. Okay, mass is now an all-time low. Now, Stifle is trying to target a 17. Yeah, right. Okay. You see, so for instance, mass has like a 0.91% fee rate, so nothing. This was an earnings play yesterday. And there was the reaction yesterday, that red candle. Well, it's got to get through that 200-day for me to be interested. NRSN, there's the 200-day moving average. Does it have news? FDA clearance? ALS, okay. Okay, guys, Pow, earnings play, sinking almost a lifetime low. No, not quite, 12%. So not quite, but look at this gap down for Pow, P-O-W-W, earnings play. Not a big float. It's funny, they released earnings after hours yesterday. There's that mauve area on the 15-minute chart. Initial reaction was pretty good. And even this morning, not bad. It was holding, 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 holding. And then all of a sudden, kersplat. Real, are you in the room yet? I shouldn't say yet. You might not show up today, but just wondering if you're in the room. BGS, big move. Let's take a look at BGS. See if it's getting close. Almost 9:45. First 15, almost in the books. That's when I get serious. BGS, yeah, big move. Volume coming in. And let's see, what sort of, you're probably looking to short this. Looks like it's coming into, well, that 15 level. Looks like there's pretty decent resistance around the 15 level. Oh, we have a halt here. I didn't see this one. ANPC halted. What's the float like? Okay. Now this could go absolutely bonkers. ANPC, very low float, 833,000 shares in the float. Again, I know if we went to different websites, we might get different numbers, but it's going to be a low float, ANPC. And let's see if there's any news on this. I don't see any specific news. They changed their board of directors on the 10th, etc. But this is a China stock. Let's see where it could open. So here is the projection right now. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This blue box that you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. So there's the halt. You can't see the symbol, but that is the symbol. 465 on the halt. And this is the projected open. Notice how it's changing. So the only way I play these sort of ones is if somehow when it opened, it got below 465 and then it popped above 465 pretty quickly. That's the only time. I'm not going to chase it or anything like that. So if it gaps up over 465, I'm not going to do it. But I'd like to see it, and I don't mean like drop to 450 or something. I want to see it drop to 440 and then power through. It's the only time I do this. They're super risky. So I just got to wait for it to open 940.37. So this could open in 30 seconds, okay? There's the halt, 9:40:37. Normally they are 5-minute halts. Look at Fetch. Remember talking about that's why. I mean, look how whippy things are in the first 15. This looked pretty good for a bit. FTCH got to the 200-day moving average and then just stopped. Okay, so there's the gap down. So let's see if it takes out that for too late. Ooh, it's whippy. Ooh, boy, it is all over the place. Look at FDMT go, guys. Look at FDMT go. This is the one that had the big Goldman upgrade, FDMT. With a price target of $68, FDMT. Wow. So that took effect in the pre-market, and now look at it run. Yeah, ANPC just was too whippy. But look at FDMT, boy. I mean, I'm not saying, this is not, no investment advice here, but this is a significant gap up now. All right, the only way I'll be doing this probably on my own. This is certainly not recommended, but I'm just going to stick an alert up here again and see if it takes it out. Yeah, there's very little volume. You're right, William. The volume really has to pick up. Excuse me. WMT from Shady. Let's take a look at WMT. This is an earnings play from Walmart. Yeah, that question was asked by somebody else earlier. I have no explanation why SYTA is not loading. No explanation whatsoever. Loads in our single stock window. I have no explanation. Yeah, don't know. It is weird though, yeah, because we do have the single stock window running, but I have no explanation whatsoever why we're not getting any chart data for SYTA. Now there's the Peggy guys, PEGY. It is an earnings play. We don't have it as an earnings play, but some of these small ones, they don't necessarily disclose exactly when they're going to release. So I guess they released today. PEGY, low float, 4.6 million in the float. Well, this is definitely intriguing. This one, the FDMT, it's a low float, 28 million in the float. The big Goldman price target upgrade, etc., upgrading it from neutral to buy with a $68, yeah, $68 price target. Doesn't mean it's going to get to $68. Is CMND an IPO? CMND an IPO? Probably. It's been approved to list. Is this an uplisting? Maybe it's an uplisting. I think it's probably an uplisting. So it's a share offering, yeah, 1.1, but it's uplisting to NASDAQ. So it must have been probably, was it trading on the pinks or something? And it's halted? Don't understand that question, Raid. Earnings display, is it the time? I don't understand the question exactly. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So we have earnings now. Again, this is from our data provider. And, I would say it's 99% accurate, but sometimes you get a small company like a PEGY. I don't know if that's what you're referring to. PEGY, where we don't have anything. All right, there's the ANPC again, but yeah, it's a terrible, what's the volume like? The volume's picking up, but the spread is terrible. 440, 468. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, yeah, we have an earnings filter. So it'll tell you when earnings are. So for instance, if you can see my single stock window, I don't know if you can see it, but there's one of the columns, one of the filters is earnings date, and it tells you, for instance, ANPC is telling me that earnings are on the 25th before the market opens, pre-market. Let's see, Rite Aid, RAD, take a look at Rite Aid. Yeah, I don't know either. I'm just looking to see if there's any specific reason for Rite Aid being up. Coming into the 200-day, it's certainly not an earnings play. They release earnings December 20th, so it's not an earnings play. And just so everybody knows why I keep talking about earnings plays is because when a stock releases earnings, typically, especially some of these smaller ones that you don't really hear too much about, that's when they have kind of their day. They're usually very active, lots of volatility. Here's TBLT as an example. This was the star from yesterday. Hope nobody held. As you know, one of my hard rules for me personally, not that I'm a big swing trader, but I would never hold a stock through earnings. Never, never, never. So released earnings after hours. You know, this stock got up, this closed at 378, so you're down $1. No, if you had a stop, but sometimes you can't, you can't put a stop in if you're going to, because you never know on the earnings release, it could just gap right down, and it could happen in after hours or in the pre-market. So unless you're really paying attention, you may not be able to get out where you'd like to. So I never, ever, ever hold a stock through earnings. Well, I update, it's basically my liked, yeah, my watch list. It's my like, so it updates by itself in theory. It's nothing for you to do, if that's what you mean, Bill. And welcome to the platform, by the way. I mean, I add stocks, I subtract stocks or delete stocks. So nothing for you to do. And that can happen during the day also. Look at this thing go. Yeah. This thing meaning FDMT. What was the high here? The high, did it get over, not quite over 18? But that Goldman upgrade is really caused this. I mean, this earnings here, so that caused the initial pop, or here, I guess, November 8th, right there. November 8th, so the reaction was on the 9th. So right there, not a big reaction. And that was Thursday. Friday through the 200-day. And then Monday and now Tuesday. Okay, so this is another earnings play, guys. NRGV is another earnings play released after hours yesterday. No big reaction. You can see November 14th post-market. So this is that move area right there. I'd say after hours. And no big reaction. Market opens. Not a big reaction in the pre-market either. But now it's starting to move a bit. It's yeah, mid float, 57 million in the float. Not trading, excuse me, not trading very much. It is 3.7 times normal, but it's still only 200,000 shares. All right, PDSB, this was a big one yesterday. It is starting to move. It's above yesterday's high now, 746. Pre-market high was 781. 23 million in the float, so relatively low. Had earnings on the fourth, had earnings yesterday, so that was the reason for the pop yesterday. So this is turning into a bit of a second day continuation off earnings. Yeah, see, that's what I was afraid of with this twist. I mean, this had a big, big jump pre-market from 22 all the way up to 30, and it's trying to do it again. I mean, it not quite the same, 24 to 30. It's $6. If it hadn't done this, that jump, I may have taken that short down here, but I just think it's just too whippy. And that's the TWST. All right, now this one is interesting. ENVX. I mean, it's been on a great run after it had earnings on the first. Okay, so here's reaction. Had earnings they released after hours on the first. So this is the reaction. Big gap down. But look at this. Look at the recovery. More importantly, through the 200-day moving average. Through the 200-day moving average, guys. So, and also, of course, look left, look at the room it's got. Now it's, you look at the daily and it looks pretty extended, but no disputing the fact that if it takes out 15, it could continue on some kind of a run. It's just a big void between the current price and the next high looking left on the daily. That is a big void. All right, guys, ENVX, this is really interesting. The longer it holds over 100, over 15. Now, the issue for me, now I like, this histogram. I haven't talked about it yet. It's a little early. I want to see more data. Usually I spend more time in the afternoon, maybe late morning, looking at this when there's more data. And again, this is just the ratio of bulls to bears in terms of candlestick patterns. So when it's a short bar like this, it means that there are, in theory, more bearish candlestick patterns versus bullish. You get a taller bar like this, the reverse. So this is, if all of a sudden we start seeing an increase in this histogram, say for the ENVX, that'll give me more confidence to maybe take this trade. So the question is, what does earnings date means to traders? Well, it just means that, a company, when they release earnings, typically it's going to be, active, very active, one way or the other. They release earnings, and that you'll usually see the stock either pop up or gap down, but be very active during the day. So, I mean, if you're an intraday trader, that's what you look for. You want stocks that are trading abnormally. And, typically earnings plays, not every single one of them, but a company, when they release earnings, they're going to be active all day long. So again, if you're more of an intraday trader, that's what you're looking for, abnormal activity. So for me, the companies that are earnings plays or ones that released after hours the day before. So if they released earnings Monday after the market closed yesterday or this morning before the market opens, those are typically the earnings plays that I look at. I don't exclusively just play earnings, but I mean, the thing is that when you keep seeing over and over and over again companies that are moving, and I check my earnings, say, it's an earnings play. Not the only reason companies move, of course. They might have other news, or you never know. Some group has got a hold of them. Okay. Keep an eye on this ENVX, guys. I mean, this is This is really interesting. There's the 200-day, so it's well above that. It's all about the gap. Look at that gap, potential gap fill. It's too bad it's already had the nice run on the daily chart. All right, I've got to put an alert here then. I just want to stare at this chart. So I'm going to put an alert around 1503, see if it gets back up over 15. Whoa, yeah, that MNSO. So again, this is a classic second day continuation off earnings. Okay, second day continuation off earnings. So I had earnings yesterday, big day. You can see that green candle from yesterday, and now this is like a second day continuation after earnings. That's why it's always, you can always keep following a stock after it's had earnings to see what it does the next few days. Histogram is picking up a little bit here in terms of the bullish candle, stick patterns versus bearish. The longer it holds over 10, it gets me interested. I saw that QRT. Well, that was halted, wasn't it? QRTEB. Now this is a crazy one, as you know, Zach. I mean, this has done some crazy things in the past. I call them the QRT stocks. There are several of them. This might be one of them. Let me just see if I click on a monthly chart. Yeah, this got up to 20, but there are some that have got into the hundreds. Okay, MNSO looking good, guys. Looking good. Yeah, so that histogram kept me out of that ENVX. I mean, I'm just looking here, okay? I'm just looking here. And, the smaller that bar is, that means that they're, in theory, more bearish candlestick patterns than bullish candlestick patterns. And don't ask me what those, I think there are 6 of them that Michael did. Now, guys, today is Tuesday. So no excuses, okay? Yeah, you want to ask questions about this histogram and all? Michael Noss will be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break, okay? So you can ask him all the questions you want about that histogram, about this one right here. It's not available yet. You can ask him what he thinks about it, what he might be doing in the future with it, okay? Wow, MNSO guys, that was the key. Just taking out that 28, second day continuation off earnings. Not following the market, doesn't care what the market's doing. Love to see something in your bounce play, Zach. I don't have anything yet. Okay, let's take a look at some of these. Well, there's that MMAT. Had a great day yesterday. I don't know if Shady is still in it, but MMAT. This is one that I wanted to swing. Well, it looks like a couple of weeks ago. I think around this level here, when it took out the 200-day, then we looked left and it had a ton of room. But it just kind of did, chopped around. But yesterday had a great day. PDSB following the MNSO in a pretty big way. PDSB. Another earnings play, guys. Second day continuation of earnings. Does this not look familiar? PDSB, second day continuation of earnings. And take a look at MNSO. Second day continuation of earnings. I'm not saying, just because a stock has a great reaction to earnings doesn't mean the next day it's, 100% it's going to do this, but we've got a couple that are doing that. All right, I see XPEV is dropping. My guess is that KWEB is dropping now. I haven't checked any of the China stocks. Not that much. XPEV is definitely dropping a lot more. All right, I'm going to start looking at some of the races now that we've got, we're in almost 45 minutes. Take a look at SUNL. Earnings play, but really, 171 down to 147, that is a big percentage move. Now, $70 and 167. So you can see what it did. There's the high of a few days ago. Well, a few months ago. Well, let's take the exact date on the September 29th. Okay, September 29th, for whatever reason, had a big gap down day. The high of the day was 167. What did it get to today? 170. So basically stalled at that area. That's why I'm always looking left. Boy, the line in the sand here for this para is right around this 2045 mark. If it takes that out, then it's got a lot of room. Again, somebody said that just give me a moment. Yeah, para is a Buffett stock. Wow, yeah. So you put $4 billion into TSM. That's a disclosure. And you can see there's the 200-day moving average and XLK. So I mean, I don't know if it's part of XLK. I don't know if it's part of it, but again, there's the tech getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. This takes that out at some point. I think they're going to get a lot of people getting interested in tech again. I mean, they're sort of interested now, and look at the histo on XLK. Look at that. Gonna do a quick All right, guys, so the market's kind of holding in a bit of a holding pattern. So we've got no divergence. We've got the Dow up, we got NAS up, SPY up, of course. So there's no divergence between so-called value versus growth stocks. Ooh, TMCI, is this an earnings play? Shoot, I wish I'd seen this just a little bit earlier. TMCI. Now, this could bounce around that 19 mark. Why? Because there's the 200-day moving average, 1919. I don't see, okay. You know, Zach, there's so many of these guys. I don't know who Culper Research is, but they've issued a short report on this stock. You familiar with Culper? Culper? So many of these guys now. Remember the old days when it was just stock lemon, and that was it. But anyway, they've issued a short report on this stock, and this is just, I mean, obviously they've got some weight. I mean, this is causing this stock to move down, and that is the TMCI. I'd be watching to see how close it gets to the 200-day moving average and see if it that holds it and bounces. But if it goes right through it, look out below. So that's Dan Dorfman. Okay, Larry, thank you. That is I don't know all these names, but I do recognize that guy's name. So you're saying he is Culper? He's the culprit behind Culper? So let's see again, guys, how close this gets to that 200-day moving average. It's getting closer and closer. I don't even know if this one is shortable for me. TMCI at Interactive Brokers. Let me do a quick look. Yeah, there are lots of shares available. 500,000 at Interact. Not that I don't want to short it now, but I'm just interested to see if it was shortable. Number one. All right, guys, MNSO in rest mode right now, a little bit of a rest mode right now. See if we can take out the high here. Ah, shoot, I lost sight of the NRGV. I lost sight of it. Almost a red bar ignored on the 15-minute, almost. You can see that 15-minute chart, if you see, well, if you can see it, the red bar, almost totally engulfed by the previous green candle. The only issue is there's a topping tail above it. You know, I don't have a scan for that, but Major, but yeah, this is what I would do. You know, the question was, anyone have a scan for second day continuation after earnings? This is what I would do. I would take a look at, you know, a little bit of work, but I would take a look at the earnings plays today, you know, on every single day, and you can create a watch list yourself, okay, of the ones that seem to be, you know, call them the best. You know, it'll be your determination of what you consider being the best. But something like MNSO from yesterday, good for me would mean closing, you know, somewhere near the high of the day. I don't want to see an earnings play that, you know, got up to 953 and then closed at 8 as an example. Okay. I'd also be looking left to see, okay, if it is going to continue, where could it stall, looking left, see if it has, you know, any sort of room. But even if you don't want to do that, I would just create a watch list, you know, heart them, put them in, and then create a top list or something and to see when the stock is it above yesterday's high, as an example. So the next day, is the stock above yesterday's high? Now you can start watching it. Is that, because obviously if the stock is above yesterday's high, it doesn't mean it's going to continue and go crazy like the MNSO has, but at least you're aware of it. Okay. And you can start watching in the pre-market. I would create a top list, and all you have to do is really just click on the alerts in that top list and see whether or not the stock is above yesterday's high. And then you can start following it. I mean, this is awesome right now. The PDSB, it's really good. I mean, it's still really good. I mean, it's got over 8. Now, Major, how new are you? I can't remember. Are you sort of new to the platform? Because you may not know how to create you may not understand the hearts that you can just click on. If so, just let me know. When you click on a heart in a chart, it goes into a symbol list. Oh, okay. So you understand what the heart does. So it goes into a symbol list called My Liked. So for instance, here is mine right here, my like symbols. So if this is a top list, so if I click on right click and click on configure and then click on symbol lists, and this is a drop down menu. Typically it's, the default is all symbols. Otherwise, only the following list is what I've done. And if you notice, my liked personal, this is something that is automatically created for you. You don't have to create this symbol list, watch list. The minute you click on a heart, it goes into this symbol list. Now, the only thing I don't know is if you actually have to take it from this column. Probably you do. Pepe will know. Where are you, Pepe? Because you can only, obviously it has to be in this column here so you can check it. I just can't remember if it automatically moves over here the minute you click on a heart. I just can't remember. Otherwise, you have to find it here and then click on it and then it moves over. So the question, Pepe, is when you click on a heart, it goes into, okay, let me just bring up my, where are you? Hidden? Here we are. Just give me a moment. Okay, so when you click on a heart, we know that it automatically goes into a symbol list that we have created for you called My Liked. Does it automatically put it into this column, or do you have to actually add it? You have to find it, click on it, and then add it over. I just can't remember, because it's got to be, of course, in this column, this left-hand column over here, so you can check it. You do have to add it over. You have to manually add it so it doesn't automatically go over here. And I can't do it because, I mean, I can't even check it, but, so you're saying for sure, 100%, Michael, you have to add it over? Okay, I mean, it's not a big deal. Okay, not a big deal. So you would just click on the add existing list and find it. I mean, if you haven't created very many watch or symbol lists, you'll see it almost immediately. Okay, it will be called My Like Personal. I'm not sure you have to save it to the cloud though. I mean, you just have to move it. Once you click on once you click on the symbol, it moves over. I mean, afterwards, I mean, it's always good practice to save things to the cloud, but okay, guys, we got a couple of second day continuation off earnings. PDSB, which I'm not in. I took the other one, the MNSO, but the PDSB looks good too. So how do you unlike a stock? You just click on the heart. COC, okay, you just click on the heart. And some people say, well, that's pretty crazy that you have to do that. But remember what your liked symbol list is all about. In order for you to unlike a stock, there should be a reason for that. Okay. So, so here is my like symbol list right here. Okay. So when I click on an alert, PSNY, now it's up to me. Do I want to keep liking it or not? I won't know until I click on the alert. And if I don't like it anymore, then I uncheck it. So to me, it's not a matter of, well, I'd like to do it all en masse. And why are you creating, and I'm not, of course, picking on you, COC, just talking in general. I think the exercise should be click on the symbols that you've got in your My Liked, see if you still want them. Does it still make sense to, keep liking them? And I would do that at least once a week. Okay. At least once a week, maybe on the weekend, spend 5 or 10 minutes and go through your like stocks and seeing, is it still relevant? Well, I mean, you could go to the chart though. So once you click on the symbol, you just go on the chart and create the price alert. I'm not sure what's wrong with doing it that way. Because where are you going to put your price alert, Pete? I mean, you're saying in TOS, but I mean, a whole idea right now is, okay, right now, if I look at SPWR, I might say to myself, well, I want to put a price alert here. I mean, I can't see how it's going to automatically create it at a price unless you want it automatically created at the current price. But that to me wouldn't make sense. I would want to go to the chart and I'd say, okay, yeah, I want to create the price alert, create it, done. There's your blue line. But even if, okay, one step, but where are you going to put your price alert in TOS? I'm not sure I completely understand. You have to be able, to me, you have to be able to look at a chart. And then, you have to determine where you want to put your price alert. And, it's pretty simple, I think, because you're always going to be, you can just move your mouse around, the pointer around, you have a dotted line, you can eyeball it where you want it. I don't know. I think it's pretty simple, but because I am going to want to look at a chart to determine where I'm going to put my price alert. But I don't want to, I mean, if you think it's easier, I can't, if you think it's easier in TOS, so be it. Look at EH. Wow, EH. All right, guys. This one from yesterday, I think we saw this one yesterday too, PTRA. Yeah, he's interesting. It is starting to move. What's the market doing? So the market's just kind of flattening out now. Yeah, I'm getting close to selling off my, well, maybe not my entire position at MNSO, but I'm watching this histogram and look how it's dropping now, okay? It hasn't had a big drop. I mean, the high was 56. So, but if it gets below 50, I'm going to definitely take a big move or a lot out. The histogram is dropping. So this is telling me, that right now, as we speak, bearish candlestick patterns are increasing versus bullish candlestick patterns. So that's why I'm keeping my eye on this histogram. But all of a sudden, if the histogram pops up, I will, like it did, I will keep in the trade. Now I should be looking left. MNSO, where could it stall? And the answer is, wow, it's at a big level here. So I think the next high is 1072. This is back in beginning of the year. I think that's the next high looking left. So again, looking at that histogram, yes, that bar was low, but look what's happening. Look what's happening. So this is keeping me in the trade. And you can, I don't know, Michael, if you're listening, you can, Michael Nas, you can ask Michael all about the histogram and what his future plans are for it, if there are some. And again, I'll be taking my break in about an hour and a half. So in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, Michael will be there. So you can ask him all about it. But can you see how this kept me in the trade? I was getting a little bit antsy right there. But then the histogram popped up, so it's still at the same level, so it has not had a big drop. PDSB, let's take a look at PDSB. Does it look? Same kind of thing. I mean, it was maintaining here. I wouldn't call that, but it was moving. But look at this. So the histo is starting to move up just a little bit. So if you're in this trade, even though these bars are kind of low, it's a little surprising that they went up, but it's in relation to these guys. But I'd be sticking in the trade, based on what I'm seeing on the histogram. Okay, guys, I just got to keep an eye. I'll answer your question, Bill, in a minute here. In our YouTube room, ask me a question. So again, I think, what did I say? What did I say? 1072 was the next high looking left. Let me get up a weekly chart. I think that was it. Well, on a weekly chart, it is 1157. So, but within that week, there must be a high of 1070 or so. But if you look at a weekly chart, a little longer term time frame, this has still got some room. Yeah, I think para is really interesting also. I mean, the only issue is, I think I had a, yeah, maybe, but again, the histogram is dropping a bit here. So this is kind of, It's not giving me a sign to get in right now. Okay, so Bill, I've created a layout. How do you save it so I have one window, not all those windows at the bottom of the screen? So if I want to shrink, it's one click, not closing all the windows. Trying to figure out what that means exactly. You've created a layout. Oh, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I've created a layout. So here's a layout I've got, Bill, as an example. Okay, I mean, I have some other Trade Ideas windows and I have 3 monitors. So I have some Trade Ideas windows on some of my other monitors. I want to shrink it so it's not closing all the windows. How many monitors do you have, Bill? I mean, maybe I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to do exactly and why. I mean, you can save a layout. I mean, first of all, saving a layout, once you've got your layout, have you saved your layout to the cloud first, number one? I mean, there is up here Windows. You can, I don't want you don't want to close them though. So, okay, so you got one monitor. It wants to minimize a single race or chart. Well, if that is the answer, or that's the question, let me see here. So here is if I want to minimize just this one, I just click on the little minimize bar or the hyphen. If I want to minimize this so I don't see it anymore, and thank you, Derek, if that is the answer, I just click on that little hyphen, and then it'll minimize. Does that answer your question? So if I clicked on this right now, it will minimize, okay? And then if I want to bring it back, I'll go to my taskbar right here. I can see what I've got, even if it's minimized. And I just have to find it. And there it is. So I bring it back. It's hidden under here. Oops. Yeah, so okay, I guess I'm trying to figure out what I mean, I do the same thing. I just have it down in the taskbar. I have my TI in the taskbar. And so when I hover over that, I can see every window that I've got. Okay, some of them are minimized, some of them are not. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Probably not using docking because he's new. Scott. SD, didn't aren't you the one who asked me that question? Yeah, you answered. I thought I answered you. You sent me an email yesterday. I thought I answered your question. You aren't you the one who sent me? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, okay. So let's. So are you talking about my large cap gainers from the open, as an example? I'm talking again somebody in our YouTube room. Are you talking about this one, the large cap gainers from the open? Okay. So remember, all this one is doing, if if I open this top list and I look at my filter requirements, okay? If any stock is between 10 and $50, the volume is at least 500,000 shares, up at least 2% from the close, with a $500 million market cap, and the float is at least 50 million shares, okay? If any stock meets those filter requirements, it'll find the stock that is moving the most, okay? And you'll see them moving up and down in the leaderboard. And at the end of the race, I'm running 4-minute races. And I can see right there, there's about 3 minutes left in it, or 1 minute left in this race. At the end of the race, there'll be a winner, and it'll be automatically added to this top list, or this watch list. Okay. I think your question though was, I mean, we don't know in this list here on any given day, we have no idea how many stocks are going to meet these filter requirements. One day it could be 50, one day it could be 1,000, one day it could be 100. We just don't know. Every day is different, of course. Market's up today, so more than likely, in a day like today, you're going to have a lot more than if the market were tanking. So that's number one. Okay. So all that happens is, as long as, so this stock right now, GDS, based on all those filter requirements, has moved the most so far. I want to move this over just a little bit. See if that, just give me a moment here, guys, because it was blocking out the time. Yeah, just give me a moment. There we go. Okay, so a top 10 list is automatically created based on the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. I start my races at 9:30. So MNSO met all those filter requirements and won 4 races. Okay, GDS has won 4 races. This list will, change during the day, because, if some stock all of a sudden wins a couple of races out of nowhere, it'll move above para, as an example. Okay. Now, how to trade options off that? I mean, I don't know. I mean, just because a stock is winning a race, is won races, doesn't mean, but maybe you don't know this. We do have some option filters. Do you know that? And it may help you trade options rather than trying to figure out, in this one, is MNSO, is that the best? Should I be trading options on MNSO? I mean, today it is trading option wise, it is abnormal, 7 times normal. Okay, so you didn't know that. So let me just show you the option filters that we have. You might even want to go to our channel. I think one of the channels is, I think we still have a channel called options, but these are the option filters that we have. If I right click, configure, and then do a search. I'm going to type in options. So we have some obvious ones. We have the put call ratio. The option volume, this first option volume, is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days, combination of puts and calls. This again, option volume today, puts and calls today. then we break it out, put volume and call volume today. I think this is the one though, the option volume today percent is what you want. You notice here, it says 769%, ratio 7.69. That means today, this stock, MNSO, is trading 7 times what it would normally have traded over the last 10 days in terms of options. So for instance, let's just say a stock normally has traded 2,000 contracts, okay, over the last 10 days on average. For you to, and if you put 300%, use this filter and add the filter, and you put 300%, ratio of 3, for you to see that stock today, it will have to be trading 6,000 options contracts, okay? If the average over the last 10 days was 2,000, if you put 300 in there, that particular stock will have to be trading at least 6,000 contracts. So that may help you. I think that probably is a better way than trying to using this. I'd probably also want to add maybe a minimum number of contracts, because you don't want to see something that, on average over the last 10 days, it's traded 10 contracts and you put 300%, now it's trading 60 or 70. I mean, that's obviously not a big deal, but that's up to you, if you want to, and then of course you can add, make sure it's a large cap, whatever you think is, a minimum market cap that you want. Now, I think we do actually have, see if we still do have it. Unusual options. Okay, so we actually do have a channel. If you click on new from our toolbar, then click on dock channel bar, then click on unusual options. Here we have a channel. And here are some races based on it. So unusually high option volume, up moving, and versus down moving. Now, I used to have an option scanner. I used to use it religiously, and it was called Option Plays Magic. I can give it to you. I don't use it anymore. Okay, so, but you might want to just check out the option channel. And then what you can do is you can take a look at, so unusually high option volume, up moving. You can right click and open the top list. And then you'll see what it's looking for. Okay, now you do the same thing, right click, configure, and summary. Hurry up. Let me do it again. Right click, configure, summary. Okay, so I would probably want to add some more filters. Okay, the option volume today is at least 200 contracts. But it is sorting on option volume today is at least 200% of normal. In other words, a double. But it's up to you. You could take this, or I know it might get a little confusing, but I mean, once you get used to the program, you could take this option. You could take this top list window that this is based on. Open the top list, and then add some of those option filters into it. Okay, I mean, this is all it's got right now, but you could add some option filters into it. I'd probably, if I were going to do it, I'd probably want to make at least a minimum number of shares or contracts, you know, what that's going to be, I don't know, 2,000, 3,000, and then use that option volume percent to make sure that, okay, great. Something that normally trades 3,000 contracts, I'm not interested. But if it's trading 9,000 today, I want to know about it. All that kind of makes sense? Okay, I'm trying to figure out, basically the other layout loads in one window, mine loads individually. When you say, what is the proper way to say for a one window setup? When you say one window, are you talking like one scan or one layout, or I'm not sure I understand when, it's just semantics, Bill. I'm trying to figure out what you mean. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. When you say, what is the proper way to say for a one window setup? What do you mean by one window? You know, is a chart a window, or is your layout? You're talking about your layout meaning a window. Ah, okay, the entire layout. Okay, couple ways you can do it. You got your layout, you got your one monitor, arrange all your windows, all your trade ideas windows exactly where you want them. Okay? Because once you get used to using trade ideas, you'll probably just have one layout that you'll use almost like all the time. When you say my layout in one window was 6 setups, so when you say a setup, you're talking like a maybe a top list and maybe a couple of races. That's what you mean by a setup? At any rate, okay, with your 6 setups, whatever you mean by a setup, whatever, all you have to do is once you're, you know, arrange them exactly where you want them on your monitor, and then file. Okay, file, save or share to cloud. Okay, so go click on the file and then save or share to cloud. I'd give it a name. Okay, well, first of all, click on entire. You could call it Bill's first layout or whatever you want to call it. Okay, Bill's first layout, and then save it. Now it's in your cloud. Your layout is now saved in your cloud. Okay. You can also save it to your computer. File, save layout. You know, it's a little bit different, save layout. And again, you can give it a name and save it. So now you've saved it to your computer, you've saved it to the cloud. Always save things to the cloud in case something happens to your computer or you've got multiple devices and you want to have trade ideas on as many devices. You can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want, you can only load the platform one device at a time. But when you exit trade ideas, file, and if you click on exit, it's going to say yes or no to save your layout. Because if you say yes, what happens is when you load trade ideas the next time, your layout will appear automatically. So you don't have to keep going through the same thing every single day. It'll just appear automatically. Does that help? Top alert window has pre-configured strategies. Can we add or save our strategies in that configure strategy section? So are you talking about a top? I'm talking to somebody now in our main room, Imran. Top alert. Are you talking about a top list window? You're talking about a top list. It's just you're not an alert window. So you're talking about like a top list window, like a T window. Which one is it? I don't know which one it is. I think I have an idea what you're talking about, so that there's a bit of a drop down and you can see different top list strategies. I don't believe you can save yours. Okay, I don't believe it. I don't use that. I haven't used it for years and years and years, but I don't believe you can. I think it's kind of for everybody. But give me an example. Can you put the cloud link in? And then I can, you know how to do that? Put the cloud link in here and then I can take a look at it. But I think I know what you're talking about. All right, guys, wow, 10:55 already. Welcome to the room. This is the, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen, I'm live on the mic. Now you have to put up a little bit of time for me to talk about trade ideas in general. All the information you'll find on my homepage. All right, when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you can click on the Get Trade Ideas, and there is a promo code you can use, Barry15, for 15% off. Here's what Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the annual premium is at $2,000. Annual standard is 1,000 less the 15%. Okay, the big difference is the AI. I'll go over that in a bit. This is what it kind of looks like, but I'll go over it in a bit. That's the big difference between premium and standard. Now, you don't have to start off with an annual subscription. You can always start off with a monthly. And if you take an annual subscription, please read the terms and conditions very carefully about refunds. How I'd like to see, I think you should start off with a monthly, and if you really want to get an annual, great, we'll honor the 15%. You can start off with a monthly, 118, 228, less the 15%, first month only. Okay, so if you maintain a monthly subscription, and there's nothing wrong with that, this is what you'll pay going forward. But if you decide that you want to take out an annual after taking out a monthly, we'll honor the 15%. Okay. But you got to make sure you want the program. If you do take out a subscription, let's get started, okay? Please do this first. Answers a lot of questions. Now, you may not have to do the download and installation if you've already done that in your first startup and login, but you get the toolbar and right-click magic, layout styles, I think, etc. Okay, it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 videos. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week. Trade of the week is free. And mine is free, of course, too. Trade of the week is free. It is sent to you before the market opens, about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder, and or if you have Gmail, click your promotions folder, okay? Education, big education section is here. A lot of the questions can be answered right here. Go to the user guide. There's that getting started. Now, at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what stock racing is all about, okay? At the very least. Obviously, there's more information here, but just nail these 3 down: alert windows, top list windows, and stock racing before you start looking at all the other stuff that we've got, okay? Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1, and as I've said, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. It's his day. We have 5 traders, 5 days of the week. So today is Tuesday, so it is Michael. And again, he is the originator of this histogram, so you can ask him questions about it if you want. Also, he's the originator of all these. If you click on New and Market Explorer, he's the originator of all these different strategies. Okay, you can ask him questions about that too. So it's a good, for 1 hour, he'll be there once a week. Daily webinars. So today is Tuesday, so I think there's one today. I think we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation this week. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all right there. We have educational videos here. And I mentioned Michael Nas. Michael put this great little series together. If you're brand new to trading, or you're maybe even just looking for a refresher or a different take, introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. It's a free resource. Use it. Last, my scans. Here are my scans. So here are the two scans, the two race scans that you see. This is what I use in the pre-market. My pre-market actives up and down. I have some other scans that I am sharing. You can take a look at them, but these are certainly the two that I really concentrate on. So the room is free. All right. So to help the room and myself, if you take out a subscription, use my link. The room is free. There is a reason for it. Obviously we use it as a marketing tool. So if you use my link and take out a subscription at any point, that's great. But also saving my link, I change my scans up every now and then, and the education section. So I think there's, a lot of good resources on my homepage. So if you save my link, then you can, again, look at the education, my scans, and if you ultimately you do take out a subscription, great. Okay. So Imran, do you know how to give me the cloud link? Because that's the only way I can check it, see what you're actually talking about. If you don't, I'll show you how, but. All right, computer's going crazy again. All right, let's take a look at the market now. So the market is mini drift mode right now. All right, so I showed you that you can have my scans, but we have a lot of other scans that we have created. So first of all, you can use trade ideas. It doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, oh, just a minute. All right, guys. So I just want to show you that we've got a lot of other scans that we have, and I just want to show you where they are. Excuse me. If you click on New from the toolbar and then click on Docked Channel Bar, excuse me. So if you click on Show More, you'll see all of the layouts that we have. These are all themed based layouts. So for instance, here's a momentum layout. So I am sharing this scan actually. If you go to my home page, it's called Momo, but it's based on this one. Okay, so if I right click configure summary, and that's what you can do with my scans also. This is telling you, this is the screening aspect of trade ideas. There are a lot of screeners out there, okay? We like to call ourselves a scanner though, because start off with screening. So the screening aspect is, okay, if the stock is between $1 and $50 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of the day, 100,000 shares minimum. These are the cool metrics in this one: 1,000% of normal volume in the last minute and 400% in the last 5 minutes. Okay. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's the scan. This is the screen. That basically turns it into a real-time scan. So for instance, if I get rid of this, DRIO at 11 o'clock made a new high. It met all those filter requirements. I can see right there, there's a big volume burst in the 15, okay? But since then, there has been nothing else that has met the filter requirements. That's why we're not seeing anything. You see, Huya just made a new high for the day right up here, okay? So this is an example of a real-time scan. The nonsense in our YouTube room, I'm gonna get rid of. Just give me a moment. Okay, so if you like this scan, and again, I'm just talking in general, okay, because I'm actually sharing this. Oops, headset fell out, or my ear. If you like this scan, but again, I'm just trying to say in general, because you can go to the different channels and you'll see all sorts of different scans that we've got. So if you like this one, you right click, or any scan, right click, and you want to get it out of the layout. So you want to duplicate it into a free floating window. You want to take it out of the layout, and it popped on one of my other monitors. And here it is. Okay, here it is. If you like it exactly the way it is, in other words, when you click on configure and you like everything we've done here, great. But if you want to make a change, just left click on the icon, and I'm going to change the minimum price to 10 and the max to 100. The SHLS starting to move, guys. Click on summary now and see how it's changed to 10 and 100. If I say okay. So what I'm trying to show you is that you can take the scan exactly as we have created it, or you can modify it to your style of trading, and then you can save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. Now it's in your cloud. So again, the exercise is that if you go to the different layouts, you'll see different scans. You can kind of pick and choose what ones that you might like. Now, I want to caution you though, do not have so many alert windows and so many top list windows in your layout that you're just clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done. Okay. I know it's hard. Sometimes you don't want to miss any type of a setup, but I'm telling you, you're going to have so many things on the go, you'll never get anything done. Okay. Now, the other thing about the layouts here is if I make a change in this layout right now, as long as I stay in the layout, the change remains. But if I leave and go to another channel and then I come back, you might say, hey, wait a minute, how come I'm seeing this? I made a change, maybe to the price range or something. The reason being is that these channels are for everyone, okay? So the fact you want to make a change to something does not necessarily reflect what everybody else wants. But really the idea is that maybe just extract a few scans. Look at that. Look at this SHLS. Now, if you want to make your own scans, of course you can. You want to make them from scratch. So when the company started in 2003, they figured that most people will not want to have to, learn a programming language in order to make their scans. So if I right click again on any scan and configure, and then I click on search. When you see these icons, these are all the real-time alert icons that we have. I almost exclusively just use the new high and new low for the day, but we have a lot of them, okay? A lot of different ones. And when you see these filters, or these icons, these are the filter icons. Do not get hung up on how many we have, okay? We obviously have to have a lot because we have, thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So we try to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? But don't get hung up on how many you have. You don't have to learn them all. Okay, guys, so I freely admit that I did get rid of some of my MNSO right in this area here as it was getting close to that 1050 mark. I saw that histogram kind of dropping, but I still have some, and man, look at this thing now go. Look at the histogram kind of increase right there. How's the other one doing, the PDSB? I always wondered, did I pick the right one? I mean, both would have worked, but MNSO was definitely better. Sometimes it's just a coin toss for me. They both had very similar characteristics, of course. Second day continuation off earnings. And both would have, I mean, PDSB was nice, but the MNSO has just turned out to be nicer. All right, guys, I think I'm all caught up in terms of questions. If I haven't answered a question, I apologize. Just maybe repost and then I can take a look at it. Is ENVX a good swing trade? Well, first of all, again, I always want to start off by saying I'm not an investment advisor. Okay, so I'm not going to say yes, it is, and therefore you should take it. I'm not going to, but here's what I see. The only issue I got with it, it looks pretty extended on the daily chart now. Okay, I mean, a lot of people would say, well, you know, it's a little extended. Maybe wait for a pullback or something. That'll be up to you. I mean, but to me, it looks a little bit extended. I mean, if it takes out 15 with any ferocity, I mean, it's got, you know, 1942 is the next high. That's why I was looking at it earlier. But look what happened. And it did not take out my price alert. It may happen later on in the day. Um, I may take this not as a swing, you know, if it turns out that it takes out that 15 and you know the histogram is kind of leading me in the right direction, I may take it, but I'm not a big swing trader. So, but that's the only thing I would be looking at. You know, maybe a little extended on the daily chart. It had the big down day on earnings, got slapped on earnings, and it has recovered almost every day since then. But I'm not going to say yes, it's a good swing trade. All right, guys. Let's see. So Zach was mentioning Vox, VOXX. Histogram is interesting. ACRV woke up. Okay, let's take a look at that. Somebody in our YouTube room, ACRV. So I guess this is a, I see IPO price below the views. Let's take a look. What was it supposed to? $12.50 a share. So what is it at? Okay. I mean, it's at least above the IPO price, the suggested IPO price. So this is an IPO today, I guess, guys. And is this right? Only 400,000 shares? I mean, that's ridiculously low. Let me just go to my IPO calendar. I want to do a quick check. Yeah, so I don't know where they're getting that for 400,000 shares. What I have here is 7.6 million. So we have a couple, maybe this week, more. So that is supposed to be on Thursday. This one already opened, CMND, that opened. This is supposed to be on Thursday, Jewel. So this is what I do. I'm going to take a look at JEWL. So I'm going to type it into our A chart. Trading, obviously. I'm going to right click. I'm going to create a price alert. I'm going to put $1. Okay, because it should open over $1. But then in the notes section, this is what I like to do. In the notes section, I'm going to put the structure. 7.2 million between 450 and 5. So let me just put that in. Just put 7 million. And I'll just say 4 to 5. The other thing I like to do is who's behind it. Now, I don't know Alexander at all, but I'll put them in. Sometimes you get a lot of these small IPOs. I've seen Walbeth. Think Equity is another one that you see a lot. So what happens is when this starts to trading, if and when it starts to trade, no guarantee it's going to do it on Thursday. But when it starts to trade, my price alerts show my price alerts. So here are my price alerts. So you see it down here. When it starts to trade, that's why I like to do it this way, because I know then what the structure is. It's not just a matter of, oh, this is trading. I wonder how many shares were issued. I wonder what the potential IPO price was. Because if it's above 4 to 5, say it opens at 7 or 8, that means there's some enthusiasm for it. Okay. If it opens at 3 or 2 or whatever, then who cares? So that's why I like to have it done this way. We get asked a lot, do you have an IPO? Do you have an IPO scan as such? Even if we did have an IPO scan, like an official one, I still would do it this way. Spend some time on the weekend. You can put them in. Here's another one, KWE, Think Equity. There's a very low, 2.3 million shares. So let's do the same thing. KWE. I'll create the price alert at $1. My little notes section, 2 million, around 5. And then I can say, I think equity, I am aware of them. Okay, so now I'm prepared. Whoops, and equity. Now, in our Hertz resumes, I would say 90% of the time when it's an IPO, it'll show up as a resume. Not 100%, but about 90%. It's a quirk. Okay, it wasn't designed to do that, but it's just kind of a quirk in our Hertz resumes. So, but I would do it. I think I think you should be prepared a little bit more when it's an IPO. IPOs are not easy to trade on the first day or even the second or third, but for those of you who want to know when an IPO starts trading, but I think it's also super important to know, okay, how many shares were issued and what was the projected open? All right, guys, give me, what time is it now? 11:20. Give me about 5 minutes. I'll be back at about 11:25. 11:25. Maybe around 11:30. It should be earlier, but just in case. All right, guys, I'm back. Hello, Trey. Boy, can MNSO take out, gonna take out that 11. What's going on? Where would I invest on app? Not sure I understand the question exactly. Are you saying you want to have my tell you what stock to invest in? Is that what you mean? Because that doesn't happen in this room. If that's what you absolutely mean, how would you put money into start? Are you talking about have you ever traded before, Trey? Oh, okay. Okay, here's a couple things. I'm not trying to scare you or anything, but trading is not easy, okay? But we do have some resources for you. First of all, you have to get a broker, obviously. I shouldn't say obviously, but if you want to trade. But I'm going to give you my homepage link, okay? And this is what I would suggest you do to start. So if you click on my homepage link, and if you go to the education section, okay, click on the education section. And if you scroll down, keep scrolling down, back to basics, okay? Back to basics. If you've never traded before, I think this would be an excellent start for you, okay? Because you have to have some basic knowledge before you start committing money to the market. So, I mean, it literally starts off with what is a stock, an introduction to charts and candlesticks, support, resistance, etc. Okay? That's your first step, in my opinion, before you do anything else. Afterwards, I mean, then you're going to have to get a broker. You'll have to fund your account, things like that. But right now, if you're brand new to trading, it's a free resource. Okay. So this is what I would do. There are 36, they're short videos, and Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. That is what I would do to start. Okay. There is education to training. I mean, you've got to have some. Wow, look at mass. Remember I was talking about mass earlier, guys. Yikes, look at this mass on the way down. Lifetime low now. The other thing is that down the road, assuming, you go through the videos and all, you start to get a general understanding about what, market mechanics are and candlestick patterns and trends and resist, all those different things that come into trading. Then we have a simulator. Okay, it would, you could get our standard service. You don't even need a broker yet. And you can use our simulator, our paper trader, and you can practice trading. It uses our real-time market data, and you can practice trading. Huge thing to do before you commit money to the market. You may have to practice for anybody starting out, could be 3 months, could be 6 months. I know nobody wants to hear that. I know everybody just wants to put money into their brokerage account and immediately start trading. But there is a learning curve. Well, at KWE, if it opens, it's Friday. Okay, it's a projected to on Friday. That's the other thing I usually do is I put the date down. Forgot to do that, but it's yeah, Friday. All right, guys, IHS is maybe a little interesting. It held the VWAP, okay, held the VWAP. It is an earnings play today. Yes, it's an earnings play today. Not a ton of volume. Spread was okay, or it is okay. 200-day is far enough away. And when we look left, what do we see? Yeah, maybe 746, 732, 746. If it gets through those areas, then almost 8. So this could be interesting, IHS. Problem is maybe the volume is a little light, 3 times normal volume. So it looks like it's a UK stock. No, question in our YouTube room was, does TI show when a stock is projected to IPO? No, no, but there are all sorts of sites out there, and just because a stock, well, I'll give you the link that I use, okay, for tracking upcoming IPOs. There are lots of sites out there, but this is the one that I use. And I'll put that in, I'll put it in both rooms. So this is what it looks like. Okay, these are the IPOs that have happened, and you can see the price and all that when they came out. This is the one today, CMND, and then IPO calendar. That'll tell you the upcoming ones. Okay, here are the upcoming ones. So again, I can give you this, but we've seen many times that just because you see a date, that's why I didn't put the BFAI in, because it's day to day. It could be months from now. So again, you just go through the exercise that I did, do a little bit of work ahead of time, create the price alert. And then when it starts to trade, your price alert window will pop up on your screen. I also think people should put in the structure, how many shares, what the potential open was going to be, to see how, just to see how enthusiastic people are about it. But they're not easy to trade the first day. I rarely trade IPOs on the first day, but every now and then, depending on the structure, I'll get into it. I lost sight of this one. This turned out to be a nice short from the AI guys. This ARQT. Now, I mean, this is another one of these ones. They had news in the pre-market, looked awesome. They got up to $23. Announced positive top line results, phase 3. All saying all the right things. Market doesn't care. It just doesn't care. Sold off brutally, got up to 23. Before the market opened, it was 19 and it's starting to drift. And the AI pegged that one at 1950. Almost got stopped out, I think. And drifting down now. And this is what I'm talking about, okay? So if you have the premium service, this is what the AI looks like. Nothing to do. You just load this window called Strategy Trades All. You let the alerts happen. Nothing to do. And now how you manage the trade will be up to you completely. You have a stop price. You have that when it says entry price, I mean, that's when the alert happened. You don't have to get in right then and there, but how you manage it will be up to you. So this was certainly turned into a nice one. NTES, this is an earnings play. Has earnings tomorrow, looks like. No, I'm sorry, on Thursday. Pre-market. So in advance, unless they've, but this is China, okay? So, the China stocks have been pretty strong today. There's another China stock, I think. No, Quantum, is that a China stock? No, QuantumScape is not a China stock. So again, to load that window, just click on New from our toolbar, click on New, and then Premium AI Strategy Trades window, okay? That's the window. Make it easy, don't do anything else. You want to follow the alerts all day long. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. So in other words, there are no alerts in the pre-market and nothing after hours. And usually by noon, there are no new alerts, usually. All right, guys, 11:37. So after talking about Michael Noss being in the room, I just want to make sure it will be Michael. Still watching the MNSO, guys. We'll have some of that left, seeing if it can take out that. I better back this out again on the daily chart. I think it's above. I think it's above the highs that I was somewhat worried about. Yeah, so it looks like on the daily chart, the next high is 11. Is that right? 1231? Can that be right? Yeah, I think 1157. 1157 is the next high looking left. And the histogram is keeping me in this trade. It hasn't dropped any by a significant amount, so it is keeping me in the trade. Just click on the alert. So how to do a limit order in the so I'm gonna click on sim. I'll get connected. Simulated trading default. So I'll click on the alert in our GV. Now you can do it one of two ways. I mean, you can use the well, okay, right now, if I want to go in at 411, but I can just pick limit right there. And now I can, change it to 4 to whatever I want and then just do it. Oops. Always a good idea to. Okay. So it should show up. So I put my limit at 416. Of course, it was 412. So it took the order immediately. Okay, so basically it's just using this, the limit. If you want more information about, using Brokerage Plus and all, I don't use Brokerage Plus, but so I don't understand what you mean, limit on a quote order. I mean, what are you trying to do exactly? So let's just say I've got ORMP. So there it is. I'll put 400 shares. Now, what exactly are you trying to do? You'll buy it up to 926, 930. What are you trying to do? Or do you want to buy it on a pullback to a certain price? Okay, this is what I would do then. You get it right on the chart. Your buy button, is it, is your buy button clickable? In other words, oh, it is not green. Okay, so you have to click on simulation first. Okay, simulation. And then let me start from scratch. Okay, so you'll probably see not connected, right? It says not connected in Brokerage Plus. So what you do is you click on sim, and that not connected will change to account. Once it changes to account, then I would also then click on the account, and now you're in the simulator, okay? Now it'll be green. Okay, the buy button will be green. Now, if it is not green for you, that means that you're on a very old edition of Trade Ideas, old version, because this doing it this way has turned that button green for the last several months. The only reason then, if you do these steps and you're in the simulator and it's not, you have to be on a later edition of Trade Ideas. Now, there's a way in which you can turn it green, but what we were trying to do is make it super simple. You know, because when you go to the strategies and you have to assign a strategy as a long, turn it on, and then it would turn green. But what we tried to do was, you know, not people have to go through several steps. So, are you in the simulator and it's not green? Because what I would do is I would definitely upgrade to a later version of Trade Ideas. Boy, this ARQT is turning into a great short from the AI now. So Martin, did it turn green when you, is simulator, is it this, do you see simulator? Okay, so you were in the simulator and it's not green. And it says simulator? I just have to know if it says simulator beside the ask, which means you're in the simulator. And if it's not green, then then I'm gonna have to. Okay, so let's go back another step. When you click on simulator, first of all, before you click on simulator, it'll say not connected. You click on simulator, and that should change to account eventually. That not connected should change to account. When it changes to account, click on it, and then simulated trading default pops up. It's not just a matter of clicking on the sim. You have to go through this couple other steps. Can you see my screen? When you do that, as long as it says simulator now in that box, that buy button should turn green. So, well, if you've done all this and it does say simulator and you are on the latest version of Trade Ideas and that is not turning green, I'm going to have to send you to our our true tech support. I don't know why it wouldn't be, because then you can do what you wanted to do. You click on the buy button, drop the price to the pullback price you want. Yeah, I'm going to have to send you. If you see simulator in that Brokerage Plus box right there, if you see simulator and that doesn't turn green, the buy button doesn't turn green so you can click on it, then I'm going to have to send you to, I guess, what we'll call True's Tech Support. I can only do so much. Maybe there's just something I'm not understanding. Well, if you go to our home page and then start a live discussion, click on the home page. And where it says questions, excuse me, the balloon will pop up, questions and answers, and can click on ask and just say, hey, and give me your account. Make sure everything is correct in your account. Okay, taking a while, but you can ask the question. When I say account, give me your email so they can look up your account to make sure everything is fine. But if you're doing all those steps, well, okay, you can then. I don't know if you're on the latest version of Trade Ideas, a later version, because when you, okay, you can turn one on. Let's do it. Let's do this. Okay. How about the $5,000 at market? We can turn it on then manually. Okay. I don't know why it's not turning on. If you are on a later version, see right. You see where it says on default chart. Default chart. I'm going to turn it off. Okay. So now it's off. Everything is off. I can pick one of these default strategies, and the one that is supposed to automatically turn on is this $5,000 at market stop at low. So to turn it on, you can highlight it. Hopefully you can see my screen. You right click and set as default chart long strategy, and then that'll turn it on. Now it's on. Okay, if I turn it off again, see how the buy button is not clickable? Now if I turn it on, now the buy button is clickable. Okay, so for whatever reason you're having to do this manually, it's supposed to automatically turn on in the later versions as long as you're connected to the simulator. Okay, so can you turn it? You can turn it on manually. No, just right click and default chart long strategy. You pick one of them, of course, and then I'm just picking this one, the $5,000 at market stop at low. If that doesn't work for you, maybe, I mean, if it's still not working for some reason, if you're not able to manually turn it on, but you were able to recognize that there is not one selected, so you should just be able to go to whatever one you want, right click and, click on default chart long strategy and to turn it on. If that's still not working, in about 10 minutes, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room, and he's a bigger user of Brokers Plus than I am. Maybe there's something I'm not explaining correctly. But that would allow you then just to do exactly what you want. Click that buy button, drop it to a price where you want as a pullback, release it. All right, and then just release it, left click, and you'll see a blue line and it'll appear on the chart. And there it is. Now I put it 892, you said 910, but whatever that number is, I can always move it higher. Okay, and it puts the stop at the low of the day. Here's the YouTube link in case it's still not working for you, and maybe Michael can help you better than I can. But then this is for everybody, guys. Again, you want more information about the histogram, etc. and maybe the Market Explorer strategy that Michael has created. You can head over to YouTube and yeah, see he's definitely going to be there. You can head over to YouTube and you can pick his brain for an hour, okay? But okay, but Pepe, a few builds ago, I mean, it's months and months ago, it did not automatically turn this one on, the 5,000 at market stop at low. You had to go in and enable it because that was the only way to get the buy and sell button, if you wanted to short something, to get them so you could click on them. I mean, he was saying that nothing was enabled. And there it goes, okay? So the buy button is not clickable. So for whatever reason, he's having to do it manually to turn it on. The latest builds for the last, I don't know, several months though, has automatically assigned that to be the on. And you click the buy button though. We're talking about the buy button. Yeah, I mean, I know you can turn all the strategies off and trade in here more or less manually, but we were talking about using the buy button on the chart. Well, this is turning into a very nice short from the AI now, guys. I mean, not only is this, it was very positive at the very beginning, it's actually gone negative. We've seen this. We've seen this a few times, where stocks have had huge moves in the pre-market. That, I mean, the information looks pretty good. The pre-R looks pretty good. It's even been phase three stuff, which is usually pretty good. Not phase one or phase two when it's a bio. And we see this massive sell-off. So the market is looking at it, okay, great, you've got great results, but this drug you've got has very limited market, or it could take years to get to the market. I mean, you can make, maybe you can't make any money. All sorts of reasons, of course. Could be all sorts of reasons. Yeah, I should have been more specific. I wasn't talking about the buy button within Brokerage Plus. I was talking about the buy button on the chart. But he says he sees simulator. He says he sees simulator right there. But you know what? Michael might be able to help him better than I can. So, Martin, I gave you the YouTube link. Michael's not there quite yet. What time is it? 11:56. He should be showing up any time now. Okay. And maybe you can ask him. I'm just not understanding then why, if you're on the latest version and you are 100% in the simulator, because it says simulator right beside the ask box, it says simulator, not just clicking on sim, it's got to say simulator here. That buy button should be on. Oh man, MNSO. I don't know. Hopefully you're not short yet, Zach. You're looking at 1080, right? 1080 as your banana peel. All right, guys. So just waiting for Michael to show up. Oh, better get my announcement in. On a break. Oops. And look at the histogram for this MNSO. I mean, it's still strong. At this point, still no reason to exit. I mean, I've taken some off. Don't get me wrong. I've taken some off. I'm not crazy, but still no real reason to get out yet. With this histogram rising. Okay, guys. Now there's the ENVX. I'm on my break. I'm not going to be taking this, but there's the ENVX at a pretty interesting level, the 15 level. I think I just heard Michael. I think I did.
You did. Give me 1 second here.
Okay.
I'm in the new room. I don't know if we're speaking of yet, but I just got to mute
the what?
There. The new thing that we're testing.
Oh, you're the one that starts with the letter D?
So what I'm trying to do is, because I'm hearing you double right now, so I'm just trying to turn down. Okay, that's fine. And then, yeah, apparently I have been given the power over there as well.
Okay, Michael, just give me a moment, okay? Okay, guys, in the main room,
Sure.
I'm talking to Michael right now, so I'm gonna get you guys on mute, okay? In the main room, I'll see you guys at around 1 p.m. Okay, Michael.
All right. So let me. And then the other thing, I was listening to the person who was kind of battling with not having the buy button activated. Did you already go into settings and make sure that there was a strategy selected there as kind of the default buy?
Well, from what I understood though, is in the newer builds that was automatically done. Okay, so that was when Dan's saying, instead of making them go into the strategy, turning on a strategy for the buy, enabling it, the buy is already done for you. Like the buy button is already clickable because it's automatically selected a strategy. But yes, I
Yeah, I
did.
just
He
don't
said
know
it
if that
wasn't
was
selected.
I
But I
just don't know
told
if
him,
that was
yeah, go
turned
in
on.
and turn it on. If
Yeah,
it's
and then you
not,
should only, if you save it when it's turned on, when you close down the system, when you reopen it, it should be there. But yeah, that's something we're planning on doing. I just don't know. It's actually kind of hard because the versions that we're always playing with are always like 5 to 10 versions ahead of the rest of the world. So
true.
Okay, so
that gentleman may show up and ask you those questions. I told him you were way more of an expert than I am.
So if I do, oh well, there you go. So so we can both stream at the same time in this new fancy. So I don't know if you're over there.
I have it up and running.
So if you hover over my name.
Yes. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
You see the same, and then I'm hearing. I know I'm speaking on the stream because I can see the little light up dealy.
Yeah. So
That's
there's
kind
a
of
bit of
cool.
an echo.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. So you'd have to mute one side or the other. But the cool thing, I guess, is we could, like a lot of us, could turn on our thing on, and people could kind of watch whatever. Anyway, it's cool. Just something I would. I just wanted to test because we haven't done it yet. So
mhm.
go have your beers, Barry.
I will have, but again, you're going to have to solve your the echoings, right? So you're going to get out of the other one. You're going to get out of the D one.
No. Well, what you can do is if I'm echoing for you, you can just mute me. I'm not echoing for anyone else,
Oh,
right? Because
okay. It's just me. Okay.
right.
Okay.
It's
I got you.
just you because
Just
we
me.
can. Yeah. So if you click on me in that thing, then you can uh you should be able to mute me so you don't hear me.
Okay.
So, but
Okay.
yeah, no one else can hear it. That's just because
I just care about
we're
the other people. Didn't really care about me. Okay, Michael.
yeah.
I'll see. Now,
How
are you
self
okay at
feels.
1 o'clock, or do you have to leave early?
Yep. Yep. Get all those beers in.
Okay. All right. I'll mute
All right.
myself right now.
Cool. Uh, Mute. Cool. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. If you are new here, essentially what we do is we open up the room to a live Q&A that we do each and every uh, from each and every day from noon until 1 Eastern time. So for the next hour, I'll be hanging out here in the YouTube room. Any questions or comments or whatever you have about trading or trade ideas or anything like that, feel free to ask. And the more you guys ask questions, the less I will need to kind of waffle on about random stuff. So we generally always appreciate the questions because we don't have a whole lot prepared because we want to make sure that there is time and room for questions. So mostly what I'll do is see what's going on in the overall market. I haven't really been paying too much attention today. I've been building a lot of things. Looks like we've had that little gap up this morning. There was an inflation number, I know, PPI instead of CPI, and that came in better than expected, but now we're just kind of hovering about. So a really tiny day. Let me actually see what else we have in the way of economic news. That's a really, really tight day, which, to be honest, if we're looking for, I always forget to load this up beforehand. If you're in the bull camp and you want things to be bullish, it's kind of what you should hope to happen. Okay, so tomorrow we have in Europe, they have CPI. In Canada, they have CPI. In the US, you have core retail sales. On the 17th, you have, wow, yeah, Philly Fed Manufacturing Index, which is another inflationary indicator, which is really all the market cares about right now, right? Is the Fed and inflation. And then come on Friday, nothing. Existing home sales at 11, but that's no big deal. So makes sense that we're having a little bit of chop. And to be honest, as I was saying, with a big, we had a big move, a little bit of a pullback, and then some chop, and then another pretty big move. So to be honest, if you're in the bull camp and you want this to continue, what we should be looking for is some sort of rest, right? A giant spike up or a giant spike down is not healthy. That's why if you see a lot of these like poor people that got tricked into meme stocks and things like this, um, every time you see kind of, and this is across a lot of the market, you see monster rallies, you usually see them fail. You see monster rallies, right? You want something that's more of uh, a slow, easy to manage uptrend, right? So something like this, a big push up and then a pullback, and then, a nice slow grind up and then some consolidation for a while and then a breakout, right? This is more quote unquote healthy market action. Right? So this is kind of what we're after overall, is just kind of healthy market action. So on the SPY, which is always this purple line, you do kind of want a slow grind with some rests and pauses and things like that. So, question in the chat, tell you about upcoming features. There is probably too many to list, but we're rolling out new charts, new drawing tools on the charts, make the charts easier to annotate and to share. So new graphical options there. We're always adding new things to the Market Explorer. A lot of this is kind of going to be happening in the back end, because what we need to do first is we're migrating server tech, simply put. So we're going to do a lot of, when it comes to trying to figure out how to put this without giving too much away, but just better back end server tech, right? So it's kind of something that you won't see, but will be a pretty dramatic upgrade, in which you just kind of will probably, you probably actually won't notice it at all. But it's one of those things that it sucks because the users can't directly see it, but it's hugely important, because as soon as we're done that opens up the doors to a whole bunch of other stuff that we can do. Again, more and more robust Market Explorer, scans, more and more robust charting, more and more robust indicators that we're going to be building for the charts, all kinds of stuff. Eventually, right, we're looking at kind of multi-platform services, right? Can we expand things out to do things a little bit more in the web and migrate stuff to the web? So tons and tons and tons. We have a multi-year backlog of things that we're working on. It's not something we never stop around here. There's no point. So we're always expanding, always going, but you always got to keep your eyes on the market too, because that's the real thing. A great tool will help you with the market, but you just need to make sure that you've got a plan to take advantage of that tool. So, where is my ETF list? ETF. See what's going on out there. So this is just a scan that I use to try to find kind of the relative strength and relative weakness in the ETF space, to try to figure out what sectors I kind of want to focus my trading to. And you can see KWeb obviously has kind of been a lot of the rocket fuel for today. This thing's pulling up nicely, but it's also coming into this prior area right here. Right, so the lows here and then the highs here. So maybe time for a little bit of a top there. Who knows? Semiconductors doing well. Tan solar is doing great. On Friday, I talked a lot about how I did this on the Trader TV live. I went and I did a bunch of those. I do that every Friday at 8:45 Eastern. It's 9:45 my time, so I always gotta. And I just kind of talked about how, right, it was this candle right here. So the relative strength that we were seeing in solar. Then it consolidated sideways for a few days and then kind of broke out today. So I do own now a fair amount of names. Let me see if I can remember all of the names that I talked about. We can kind of go through that. So I'm asking about silk. Yes. It's funny because when someone asks me whether I'm in or out of something, it's just I trade so much. I day trade and then I swing trade, and I've got some longer term type of investments that it's just like it becomes very hard to remember what I'm in and what I'm doing. Yeah, so first solar, I didn't end up taking this one. Was one that I talked about on Trader TV on Friday. FSLR. Consolidating here. Might actually look at this one here. If this can flip green on the day, that might be an interesting little trade. End phase. End phase has just been the strongest stock in the market forever, right? Look at this relative strength chart. So this chart I always have on the bottom. The teal line, I changed some of my chart colors, made them a little bit darker, just seeing if it's going to reduce eye fatigue. But so the teal line is whatever stock I'm looking at here. And then the purple line is the S&P 500. So you can see how end phase has just been in this nice, and this is what I talked about earlier, where you don't want spikes and retracements. You want kind of slow grind higher. So end phase is interesting, where it's got a little bit of a kind of a cup, I guess, going on here right at highs. So that'd be another one in the solar space to look at if this is going to continue to be strong. Uh, MAXN is another one. If this closes green today, I may actually take this one. Um, Prior resistance back here acted as support right here. And then we've just kind of been pushing higher. So you can see this gap we had off of earnings and then just kind of continued from there, right? So the next day it broke that. And today it's continuing higher. So maybe it's time to revisit these highs right here. And SGML. This one never triggered, but I'm still kind of interested. I put this one in even though it's not a solar name, but it's lithium, right? So often you see lithium and green energy moving with things like solar and all of that. So, um, you know, took a look at it just to see. Can it be? Sorry, just gotta. All right. So yeah, I put that lithium name on it, but it's breaking down here today. So I don't know if that's going to be something that I'm super interested in anymore. It still kind of looks like a bull flag, but down 10% a day is pretty substantial. So it would need to put in kind of a late day reversal and then kind of go from there. That's what I was looking at for the solar space because that's pretty interesting. Just I before I got here, I was just scanning through this Market Explorer scan, which isn't new, but is one that I visit frequent. And essentially, what it's doing is it's called strong stock pulling back, and right, simply put, that's what it is. So it's looking for a stock that is incredibly strong, and then put a pretty harsh pullback. And then what I look for is this pullback on a strong stock? So is it going to be a good way to get me in a trend? Because my trading philosophy and trading in general is insanely simple, where I just look for a pre-existing trend. I look for a pullback and I'll try to a way to get into that trend. And then that's it, right? Keep it very, very simple. I find that the easiest way to take a look at, just to make sure that you're going simple from there, right? So I was looking at this and I was actually going to research. This is a college or university. Um, so I don't really know anything about these guys, but one of my favorite, if there's only, I've said this a million times, if there's only one setup I could trade kind of until the end of time, it would just be prior resistance broken, then pulled back to, right? Because if this starts to kind of move off here and maybe gets to like 41 or so, I can buy it there with a stop under 40, and I'm just risking this kind of really tiny bit right here. Right? So I'm risking $1, and then the high here is around 45. So if I'm risking $1 and then I'm making 4, that's really all I need to look at. Yeah, I can share this layout. It's very simple, right? There's no magic to it. Again, I'm very much and this is something I notice a lot that we need to work on kind of within Trade Ideas is the fact that we offer so much. Things can get really, really confusing to people, but this is my layout. Again, the only change that you may have seen from it is the colors. And again, I just darkened them up. I think they look nice, and I just kind of did that to see if staring at charts for 8 hours a day, if it kind of makes my eyes feel a little better at the end of the day, just to darken everything up a little bit. Yeah. So who are these guys, and what do they do? So volume is 120,000 shares, which is low. So you got to be careful with that. Market cap 1 point almost 2 billion. So it's a small cap, but it's almost not a small cap. Again, they're colleges and professional schooling, and nothing really in the news. So am I able to share the indicator Barry keeps talking about? No, not yet. We don't know. It's outside of my uh it is outside of my purview. So we're basically figuring out what we're going to do with it, where it's going to live. I am working on some scans with it and kind of things like that. So, but yeah, no, not yet. That will come fairly soon, I'm sure. But am I still using my Vroom Vroom? Yeah, I got to update the name of this. It's silly. But no, I'm still. Again, this is kind of the day trading setup here, and just very insanely simple. Right, playing with stocks. Right, here's some at resistance, at support, and just a race for kind of what's moving on the day. Funny enough, I actually had an order for this HUYA above this area right here, and then didn't forgot about it. And then the thing just kind of goes. But that's the nature of it. But yeah, it's not really updated. Again, the chart colors are just again, I'm just trying to darken up. I'm running dark mode on my PC, and just trying to darken everything a bit, see if it not that I have like a big problem with eye strain or anything, but I always just look at it. If I can make things darker, then maybe it'll help things out. I don't know. What else? For the ME scans in a dock window, do I need to update it daily, or will it do it automatically? The Market Explorer updates every 10 seconds, thereabouts. So you won't have to do anything. It will just update as it goes. If you're ever looking down here, and you can see how mine's kind of messed up, mine says 38 minutes ago. when it was last updated. You just might want to restart your system there. Sometimes if it gets kind of jammed up, it can do that. For me, again, I'm testing stuff, so that's why it shows like that. But no, it's updated live in real time every 10 seconds, and as soon as we're done our server migration, it will be even faster than 10 seconds. We're going to try to get it like every second or so, which would be pretty wild. Does TI have not a system-wide dark mode, but everything except this, which I'm sure is the single stock window, you can customize however you'd like. Right, so these charts I made this color. This is the Market Explorer is always dark. You can customize the colors of just about anything. So I have multiple ME windows open. Are they RAM or CPU hogs? Nope, they shouldn't be. It's all done. It's all done server side. That's why we can't allow customization with them, is because everything is crunched. Everything is crunched server side. So it shouldn't. If it is, then you may need to upgrade your computer. But this is, I've got 3 or 4 of these open at once, and I'm running all this on a virtual machine. So this isn't even a real computer. It's just a AWS kind of mode. So someone was asking what the indicator, what does it do? Does anything work in the system similarly? No. First of all, it's because it's very, very intense and number crunchy. I'm just trying to find a good looking stock with some examples. So I know Barry has said this before, but I'll say it again. And again, we cannot obviously give the stats behind everything. That wouldn't be, it is our proprietary thing that I built. But the simple idea is it's taking the, there's about 16 or so well-known candlestick setups from basically the guy who invented Japanese candlesticks, which is a really cool story if you ever want to look it up. He ended up being turned into a samurai, which I think is basically their equivalent of being like knighted back in Japan. And he created Japanese candlesticks to trade rice, the price of rice back in the day, and ended up becoming that if you adjusted his wealth for inflation, he was a multi-billionaire from them. So again, interesting history lesson. As a chartered market technician, they make us learn that stuff. So what it's doing is it's reading every candlestick and it's searching to see whether or not this is a bullish or a bearish candlestick pattern. And then it's doing some weighting based on some math we did to see which candlestick patterns have a little bit more validity, which ones have a little bit less validity, that type of thing. And then it's coming up with a ratio of quote unquote how bullish it is. Now, the absolute number doesn't matter, right? What you're doing is you're trying to compare price with the movement of the oscillator. So, right, for example, if you look at when IBKR was down at these lows, it was hanging out at its lows, but the oscillator was just kind of ticking higher and higher and higher. And even when it was, let's just clear this, even when it was, kind of hanging out in this area and maybe breaking out here, it's just ticking higher and higher and higher, just showing that there's more bullish candlestick patterns that are forming than bearish candlestick patterns within this kind of system, right? And then the other thing that we kind of look for is that when the price is pulling back, is the indicator confirming? So right now, as Interactive Brokers is pulling back, there's actually more candlestick patterns kind of being put in as opposed to less. So am I measuring some volume? Nope. It's just candlestick patterns. Now, the one thing to say is there is no magic indicator. It doesn't exist. If you are looking for it, please stop, right? Develop a trading plan, all this stuff that I've been over. But comparing it and using it with price, so basically I built it. kind of forgot about it, but I did release it internally. And Barry stumbled upon it and brought it back to our attention. And then people internally have been testing it and kind of reviewing it. It's been looking pretty good. So, um, again, doing a lot of things of, right, if Barry has talked about, if the price is going up and the oscillator is going up, well, then that's a reason to hold on. If those two things are diverging, so for example, INSW, as this thing is kind of selling off here, the oscillator is moving higher. That doesn't mean you just buy it, right? Because that pattern kind of started right here. So you would have been underwater for a while. But you could say, okay, well, if it breaks a trend line or whatever it is, I'm going to buy some because right, this kind of continues to push up. Put a stop right there. So we're kind of trying to create something to help guide people. It's quantifying candlestick patterns that are kind of happening in the background is probably the simplest way to put it, if that makes sense. So again, the idea is simple, right? You take something that's reading the candlesticks, which is something that we have. So what Trade Ideas does really well is just the insane back end number crunching and mathematics. And to be honest, that's why I am here, right? Is because I am a kind of a quantitative trader and a chartered market technician. So I've done a lot of studying when it comes to how these things kind of work in the back end and the mathematics behind these things. So then I'd be able to go through and I say, okay, the building things and running these kind of quantitative numbers. But again, there's no magic. So we want to make sure that you're combining this with a trading plan. Did I define the patterns myself? Yes. This is based off a completely different system. Um, and again, we obviously won't go through the very specific details on everything, but um, there's different weights depending on whether a candlestick pattern is common or whether it's important or uh, how much. When I tested all of the candlestick patterns, which ones perform the best, all that kind of stuff. So again, there's a whole bunch of math behind it, but the point is just to guide you and say, um, so if you take, for example, a hammer, right? We all know if you don't know what a hammer candlestick pattern is, then you got some learning to do before you trade any real money. But you can look, there's a lot of resources for that out there. Just YouTube hammer candle pattern. But essentially, if you look at that and you say, okay, what does this mean? Where what exactly is this telling you? What's the secret that is being given behind a hammer candle? Is that if it pushes down, right, it means that somebody within whatever time frame you're looking at, we're looking at the daily right now, it means that the price of whatever it is opened up here, it got pushed down all day long, and then that was rejected at some point in the day, and then it rallied back up to close at its high. So it means there may be trap shorts, there may be all kinds of stuff going on here, but basically the sellers fought and then lost, right? It's why they call one of my I think the funniest candlestick patterns is the gravestone doji, which is no, still nothing to do with Wyckoff. The gravestone doji is a simple way to put it, right? Where it's the same kind of thing, right? Opened here, rallied higher, pushed lower, and then close kind of right at the lows here. So, right, the when you're taught what a gravestone doji is you basically like all the bulls went to war and they came back and there's their grave, right? Because they all got killed, and it's kind of the same thing with a hammer. So what ends up happening is when you're analyzing something like a candlestick on a daily chart, what you're doing is you're analyzing the intraday action of every single one of these days. So if there was, like 5 hammers in a row, then you go and you can kind of say, okay, well, right, say you had a stock that put in a bunch of these, right? It's just sitting at support, but it's putting in hammer after hammer after hammer after hammer, just over and over and over again, right? You could kind of say, well, that tells me that somebody who is buying at this price right here, every time it gets below that price, there's someone that comes in and buys it, right? So this is how a trader will kind of utilize this type of candlestick analysis and say, okay, somebody is buying every time we break this low, and that's what's creating this kind of lower shadow. So what this attempt is to kind of quantify that and say, well, how many of those hidden buyers versus how many of those hidden sellers are we seeing? And then can that give us a clue to maybe what happens with price if and when things occur? So, another example is as this thing is rising, we're seeing more and more bullish candlesticks, and that's great. And then all of a sudden, as it's kind of going up, we start to see a divergence. We say, okay, well, now there's less and less bullish candlesticks kind of in this action. So, right, potentially a precursor to a fall. And then, as I noted before, as we're falling, we're seeing again more and more bullish candlestick patterns. So, again, maybe a precursor to a buy, but can't say it enough. There's no magic, right? This is simply this is simply a pattern recognition tool to help you build with a trading plan, right? You could say something like, okay, I'm going to trade bull flags, but maybe to narrow down bull flags to make sure that I'm trading kind of the best bull flags, I'm going to make sure that the indicator is rising at the same time. Or as long as the indicator was rising, I'm going to stay in, and then, on top of whatever trailing stop method you'd already use, I'm going to check to see if we get a reversal there, that kind of stuff, right? Do I use it? I'm playing with it more and more. Yeah, again, I'm a very if you follow my YouTube or Twitter or anything, I'm a very mathematically kind of scientifically minded person. So I really want to test things very, very heavily and test things very, very robustly before I would use it. And then again, I'm a systematic kind of a trader. So I would need to then combine this pattern with some other things, right? I think price is kind of the overall arching thing, right? People who trade based off their ideologies, or people who trade based off of hey, I like this company, therefore I'm going to buy it, or I agree with what this company does, I don't know, politically, God forbid, never do that, so I'm going to buy it, or something like that, then that's not how I roll, right? I need to go, okay, what is price telling me? And then I don't mind using an indicator to confirm or to disprove or something. But for me, the fundamental always has to be price. We're looking at candle types, not candle patterns, both. And again, we are building, I can kind of hint, I guess, maybe. We're working on more advanced pattern recognition tools. I'm building one now that's looking for double bottoms on the daily chart, just more robust with the kind of new systems that we're developing, right? Looking for kind of double bottoms and double tops and head and shoulders and that kind of stuff. That will all be coming soon, not not right now, but soon. Here, let me go. Let me see what this one's Oops. We are always building. So always pay attention to the Market Explorer window because that's where a lot of new stuff will kind of continuously be added. But yeah, I can kind of tease a bit, I guess, with this. There's a hammer scan, which if you just go into any scan and if I go into file, new, and then alert window, you can always just type in hammer. And you can see we have this and these time frames for these hammers. Now, again, we're going to be building more of this out soon, but these are, and again, this isn't done yet. That's why you guys don't see it, but it's looking for double bottoms. So up, down, and then up. Right. The problem is you'll never get pattern recognition perfectly with inside of any system. You just can't. It's either too textbook and then you don't get anything, or it's not textbook enough and then you get a whole bunch of stuff. So it will always be an art, which is good because that's why you have a job, right? But right, you can see I'm just drawing them out just in case people are untrained. And this is basically what would have generated from the scan today, right? So double bottom. And again, we're going to do this stuff with cup and handles and boop, boop, boop. Right. Just going through a handful of them just so that you can read them. But how can I build them and not find them useful? We build all kinds of stuff. I don't trade. Right? Trading is a very personal thing. You have to find whatever works for you. Right? I don't trade like Barry. Barry doesn't trade like me, and Steve trades differently from the two of us, and Andy trades differently from the two of us. There is no there's no magic, right? There is no you do this and you become a billionaire. So it's a very what is your trading style and what is your trading plan? So again, what I do is going to be different from what other people do. So I build stuff for the trading community, right? So double bottom, right? You can see them all here, right? Yeah, so right, it's I'll build stuff that I might think, and it's kind of like when I took my CMT. I remember going through that, and I remember going through some of the chapters and say, "Oh, that's really cool and interesting," and then going through some of the other chapters and saying, "Oh, well, that looks stupid," right? Like one example I always bring up because I think I almost failed this section was cycle analysis. I just didn't jive with cycle analysis, which is just the idea that some people trade off of, that there's Fibonacci cycles or presidential cycles or business cycles, that kind of stuff. And their trading philosophy has a lot to do with time and not so much price. Didn't like it, but again, if you ever come across someone who says, "Hey, you have to trade this way. It's the only way, or it's the best way to trade," or I figured it out. I have the magic bullet and the secret system. Or, yeah, you just have to buy this stock and hold it forever and you'll become a billionaire. Run from those people, right? None of that exists, right? It's, well, that's the thing. So I like to focus on the profitable style most of all. There's not one profitable style. There is uh, many profitable styles, right? There are many unprofitable styles, but there are hundreds of profitable styles. The importance is what style works best for you, right? What works best for what it is that your goals are, what is the time frame that you can allot to it, uh, you know, what's your attention span, what's your appetite for risk, blah blah blah. But yet there is no this is the way to trade, right? And again, anyone who says that is just not your friend. On the RSI divergence scan, how far does it look back? I think it's got a 30 bar look back, I think. And for those who are just wondering, oh, duh, because I switched servers. The RSI divergence is kind of the same thing that I just talked about with the pattern recognition indicator that we're building, but it uses the RSI. Right, so the RSI is a momentum indicator. It compares basically the close of all the candles and says, is there more green candles than red candles, and are they bigger, and vice versa. So the RSI divergence is looking for the same thing. If your stock is going down and the RSI is going down, there's really nothing to nothing to do there. You're just kind of going with the flow, and that's fine. But if your stock is making newer lows and the RSI is making higher lows, well, maybe these things are going to turn. But again, you just don't buy it there. You add a different you include price, you include other indicators, reasons for entries, that kind of thing. So for example, there's a new low here, and then this was making a higher low, and then you got a little bit of a rally on it before it fell off, and then the other way around with bearish divergences, right? You can see new highs here, and then lower highs here. So then maybe you took a short after that, right? It's very, very much kind of the same idea. It's just comparing something different, right? And that's something that I want to make sure that everyone understands who's trading, is that all of these indicators are just that. They're indicating something. We're seeing here not only with the RSI divergence and this DFC, we're also seeing it with the pattern recognition. So we're seeing more bullish candlesticks on this price decline than really we've seen for a very long time. So does that mean I'm just going to buy it today? No. I could draw a trend line connecting the tops and wait for a close above it. I could just maybe lean on the $2 whole number and say, hey, let's get above the $202 whole number. This moving average I have on is a simple 20 period moving average. Maybe I say, hey, let's wait for a close above there, right? Some sort of confirmatory idea just to get in, because right, this divergence, again, these things usually go on for a long time, technically start at kind of right here and then just continued to fall after that, right? So like anything, it should be part of a written and tested trading plan that you write and test yourself. And if you're not going to do that, then you're going to lose money in the market and you deserve it. Right? It's one of those things that there's just no, if this was easy, everybody would do it. Right? The work is, what kind of trader do I want to be? What's the time frame? How long do I have to look at it, to evaluate it? What's my account size? What's the goal with the account? What's the return? Do I want to grow my account? Am I trading it for income? Do I have obligations at certain times of the day, right? Do I want to swing trade and have a job, or do I want to trade, make this right? There's tons of questions you have to ask yourself. It's no different that if you sat down in front of a financial planner and said, hey, make me money. The guy would go, like, I need to know a whole bunch about you, right? If you're a 69-year-old retiree, the portfolio a financial advisor would give you would be way different from a 18-year-old just graduated high school and is found his first job, I don't know, as a plumber or something. Probably 18 is too young for a plumber. 20, right? So one has a long life of massive earning potential ahead and is more comfortable with risk, and one is at the end of their career and need to use their retirement for income. Like, everything is right? Like this, I want to make money using trade ideas. Well, what's your trading plan? Like if you're looking for someone to sit down and say, hey, buy stuff here and sell it here, this probably isn't the game for you, to be honest. It's not going to end well. It's just not. That's not the attitude to have to come into trading. Uh, right? You need to learn. One thing that we have done, if you're brand new, is we have a free trading course. Oh yeah, no, ask questions about the software for sure, but understand that this is like um, asking the guy selling the picks and the shovels how to make money mining gold. It's like, well, you have to find a gold mine. You have to know how to mine gold. And then you have to go, and here's the best pick and shovel in the world in order to do it. Um, right? What we offer is the best tool to find whatever your trading setup is. We can, kind of tell you how we do things and things like that. But you have to find your own trading setup. Now, again, if you're brand new and you're listening to this is something that I put together with my wife that I really, really like, which is a 39 lesson free trading course, which Trade Ideas kind of sponsored and helped me put together, where we go, the first lesson is what is a stock? And then the last lesson is building your own written and tested trading plan. And it's just completely free on YouTube. So just have at it. There's no credit card required or anything like that. And then get to work. Go and understand things like trends and, all these different things. And then get to the part where we build a trading plan for my wife and then use that as a template. Obviously, just don't do the same thing and kind of go from there, right? Is my wife a professional trader? Nope. She just wanted to. We did this when we were locked down. She wanted to learn a bit about it. And, and she does some tinkering on the side now. Being a professional trader requires a lot of work, a lot of attention, a lot of energy. She's just not that interested. So she just wanted to learn a little bit about it. Came up with a simple trend following system that she's using to some success. It's a rough market for it, but still doing better than just buying and holding. I'm having success using the RSI divergence when a stock is at support or resistance, and the scan would help me find one without looking through each one. No. Well, right now the RSI divergence scanner is just going to show you all of that stocks that are at divergence. The problem with support, adding support and resistance to it is that would be very, very technically hard to build. Not saying we can't do it, but it just wouldn't be super high on the list of each of these scans in the Market Explorer, because they crunch so much data, are really, really taxing on the server. Which is one of the reasons I talked about earlier that we're moving to this new server tech. So, building these very specific ones, I think would be kind of complex, but right, there's only one today. So, right, you're going through one scan today. Shouldn't be too complicated. I went through all the ME videos and they're very good. Thank you very much. I like doing them. Did I get rid of the ABC up? Yeah, we had to cut a couple of them. Again, just to go back to while we wait for this move to the new server tech, there was some things that I really, really wanted to add. ID, and I'll just what they were all of these support and resistance scans. All right, so this is looking for stocks that are at daily support, at daily resistance. So what I did is we have something in the back end where we know how often a scan is being looked at. So I went through and I looked at the ones that were using the most amount of data, but were being looked at the least. So, right, we went through and we said, okay, this is crunching the most amount of data. It's not being used super amazingly much. We didn't kill it, but let's, put it on ice for now And then I've been promised that as soon as the servers are moved over, I'll be able to bring everything that I put back. I'll be able to put them all back, and then I'll be able to add all the stuff that I've been building, which has to do a lot with like the pattern recognition scanners that are based off this indicator. Also the more broad pattern recognition that I'm doing, which is uh, you know head and shoulders, double top, double bottom, pennants, flags. Like the bull flag scanner will get better, that kind of thing. Uh, that will go in. It's just I'm kind of handicapped until we have the server in, because I think I actually brought down trade ideas once over the weekend, thankfully, for a few hours because I was trying to do too much. So, can you point a top list to stocks that come through the market explorer scans? Not yet, but that's actually something where we're working on, where uh, you'll be able to use regular top list filters on top of uh, the output of Market Explorer scans. So it will allow the user some ability to filter. So, for example, the simplest one is if you wanted this at support scanner, but you only trade it, and then again, this is just showing stocks that are on the daily at support. So if you wanted this, but you're like, I'm not really interested in, $250 stocks, right? Even though it is at support, I'm more interested in, sub 20 or something. You'll be able to filter those out. You'll be able to filter out, basic things like average volume and that kind of stuff. That's the idea behind that. It's being worked on. It's a bit of a project, but it's definitely something that's on the list to do. Tons and tons of just pushing all the time with uh, everybody has stuff that they want to do, right? The question is just kind of um, what is going to be done in what order, right? That's always the calculus that has to be done, is because there's only enough um, we only have so many devs, and we can only hire so many devs uh, without making the platform just insanely expensive. So then the question is, with those limited dev resources, what do we think is going to make the largest amount of impact for the most amount of our clients? So, um, but the Market Explorer is one such thing of focus. Yeah. Oh, Robinhood. Oh, it's back over that support area. That's interesting. This is one that I've been watching for a while, Robinhood, just because it stopped going down, for lack of a better reason, right? It's been putting in this kind of massive base right here and held okay considering all this kind of crypto stuff that I'm sure everyone's following. So I've been looking for areas to try to see if I can pick some up, and it is holding this support right here. That's why it showed up on that scanner after kind of cracking below it. So, right, maybe interested to see if we close bullish, if we close strong like this, I may pick up some Robinhood and just kind of swing a stop under this area right here. I think you trade crypto. Any stocks on what's going on? I do. I dabble. I'm not I'm not in any sense an ideologue who's like, oh, this crypto is going to be the new whatever. It's going to go right to the moon and all that kind of stuff. The recent events, I think, have shown that it's never crypto's fault. It's the endpoints and the actors around it, right? The actual blockchain remains completely intact and untampered with. It's the guy in the back who used customers' funds to take a whole bunch of risky bets. Basically, he did 2008, right? That's exactly what happened in 2008, just done by one guy. Now, what this has done has made it really complicated to, like, where do you trade? So I have my money in Kraken. I never keep too much in there, just for this reason, because I've been around the crypto space. I worked with a bunch of crypto companies for a very long time, and this isn't new, right? These exchanges have been blowing up and popping all over the place. Uh, it's not new. And then, what a lot of places will do is say, oh, well, this is, we'll start doing proof of holding, saying, okay, we have say 100,000 people holding Bitcoin, and we can prove that we have 100,000 Bitcoin or whatever in the system. The problem is, unless you can do proof of liabilities as well, that doesn't matter. So the main moral of the story that I'd take away is obviously use your exchange and pick your exchange wisely. Coinbase, maybe one, I don't know, just because they're under a lot of scrutiny because they're a publicly traded company. Again, I use Kraken only because when I worked in the crypto space, that was something that I had done a lot with. It's kind of proven to me that these are to make sure that with anything, with stocks, with all of these things, you're trading them, right? These moves can happen incredibly quickly. They can be incredibly dangerous. So kind of just make sure that you're in the neighborhood of trading them. Now, the only thing I'll say is if you're interested in trading the actual crypto exchanges, the only thing that I kind of take a little bit of pause with is that you're trading something that has exposure to a 24-hour market in something that's only open 6.5 hours, 5 days a week. So you have to just kind of know that. Same as if you were to buy a biotech or something, you just know that they can release some news that could be problematic at a moment's notice. So with these other ones, there's nothing wrong with trading like a coin or Mara or Riot or Hut 8 or any of these things. But you just need to be aware that if there is something that happens where Bitcoin gets hammered overnight, you are kind of at the winds of fate until the market opens the next day. So, just size accordingly, understand that that's possible. Obviously, gap risk is possible regardless of what security you hold. So just make sure that you know that it is, kind of exceedingly possible with this individual gap risk. So, coin, however, from a technical point of view, actually looks pretty interesting, kind of like we were talking about with Hood, except this one's at a bit of a longer term support, had a pretty sizable bounce off of it. And I know these guys are working a little bit closer with regulators. 17% short float makes things kind of interesting as well. But again, you just need to know that if you buy some coin and you're kind of playing off these lows, if Bitcoin tanks, you buy it on Friday and over the weekend, because Bitcoin obviously trades 24/7, 365. If you have an adverse move in crypto, it's going to affect the company. So just again, size accordingly if you're going to trade stuff like that.
I got to cut in, Michael. I got to cut in. Take a look at
Uh-oh.
ENVX. ENVX, okay?
Ian. Yep.
VX.
What
Take a
time
look at the
frame?
histo, 15 minute. Take a look at the histo on that 15-minute time frame.
Gotcha.
Look how it's just been basing for quite a while. Right around that 15
Yeah.
level. The histo is increasing,
That's
increasing. To me, I'm taking some. I just took some. That happens to be an AI alert, but that's not the reason. But if I'm going to believe that there's something percolating underneath, it hasn't really moved the stock yet. That's there's an example of a, I was not in the trade, even though the histo was increasing, but it wasn't moving. The price was not moving. So I'm going to think, well, okay, it hasn't moved yet, but look at that histo. I mean, it's if we're going to believe a little bit in this indicator, and as you said, the indicator is not the be all and the end all. There's no magic bullet, but I've
Hmm.
just taken that just over 15, and hey, we'll see what happens.
Well,
I kind
and
of like I kind of like it because the histo is increasing and yet the price isn't. So it's almost like maybe something's bubbling underneath that we're just not aware of yet.
well, and that's the move with yeah, not on the YouTube stream, but I can hear you in the Discord. The thing that we're not yet talking about that I didn't just say. But y- but the thing that I really wanted to push onto people, right? And we have, and I know you do this too, Barry, and we just have to make sure that we do, is when you laid out that trade, you had a price reason that you were looking at it, right? It was
Mhm.
consolidating.
Yep.
You had a price reason to get in and to trade it, and I'm certain, knowing you, that your stop is at the very worst under this base and is probably more like under 15 a share. But
Yep.
you use the indicator as a confirmation indicator, right? To use
Mhm.
that word, for your reason for a trade, as opposed to, um, what I don't want people to get kind of caught into is just, right, this indicator's magic. But you're right. If it can help, when you're looking at a base or you're looking at a pullback or something, to say, okay, well, there might be something under the hood. Let me confirm my trade with price and then see if this is something that's valid or not. That's where I get really excited when it comes to indicators.
Yeah, and exactly. I mean, I've got to stop. Of course, I've got to stop. I mean, I'm not going to be crazy, but I'm telling. But it just this to me is probably one of the more interesting ones I've seen in the last little while, with the histogram increasing, 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 and yet the price was not really increasing. And that to me, for me anyway, that seemed to be a pretty decent entry with a stop. Yeah, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I've got to try it.
Yeah, just trying to keep people away from um, there's some magic out there and I don't have to do anything
Hmm.
to it, right?
Well,
But again, I go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I mean, yeah, I constantly telling people, okay, yeah, histogram looks good. Oh, look at the VWAP right above it, no go. Look at the 200-day moving average, no go. You know what I mean? Like or if I look left and I see a whole bunch of what I would consider resistance, too close, no go. So the histogram may point me into perhaps the interesting idea, and then you've got to look. And if I don't see anything else, if I don't see anything in the way, then I go, okay, let's take it and see what happens.
Yeah. Well,
And
and
look
that's
at the
what
NVX. There's no, I mean, look left. I mean, there's the only issue I have with it, because I know it's an AI trade, and people were asking me earlier, what do you think about it? The only thing, and I know you would probably look at it the same way. It looks pretty extended on the daily, and so
yes.
for somebody who wants to maybe well,
Yeah.
swing this one. I guess, I mean, we all know that
I
stocks can
wouldn't
keep going
know.
up, even though it looks like totally extended. But I'm sure that there would people saying, I can't swing that. I'm going to have to wait for a pullback at least. Yeah, and it may keep running. You may never get it. But for an
Well,
intraday
and
trade, though, a little bit different.
I don't know if you can see my screen here, but that kind of worrisome to me too, right? We're banging right on the low of that gap too.
Yep.
But again, it's right. It's funny. JC from All Star on Twitter always says you can solve 90% of trading arguments if everyone just admits they have different time frames. It's one of those things where it's like,
Right.
yes, that looks overextended as hell to me, but I'm looking to hold things. I do day trade, but on most things, I'm looking to hold them for a few days, and you're looking to hold them
Right.
for a few minutes or maybe a few hours. So it's going to be different depending on what your goal is, because as we all know, Barry is just a really hyper scalper. and just scalps all day long,
Mute,
right?
mute. How do I boot you out? Let's see now. I'm going to take over the stream
All right.
anyway, so it's way past your bedtime.
Yep.
It's 1:06, so I've just taken over the stream.
Yes, I'm
The
going to.
stream, the stream. Okay.
All right, and I will be turning off the other non-mentioned thing.
Yes.
And
We'll probably see you in
yeah,
about an
so
hour.
that worked exceedingly well, and
Yeah.
I'll see you in an hour.
Okay.
All right, man.
All
Talk
right.
to you then.
Oop. Okay. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. I'm back in both rooms now. If you didn't hear me talk to Michael in the YouTube room, but I'm in the EVNX, and I'm going to explain why. Let me get my music going. There we go. Okay, so I am in the EVNX, and I was talking to Michael in the YouTube room just before I took it. So why did I take it? I mean, not because it's an AI alert. I mean, but of course we knew about this one a lot earlier. Look at the histogram. Okay, so this was really in consolidation. Okay, this was just kind of consolidating around 15, and yet the histogram was going higher and higher. So my thought process was, of course, well, thinking that there might be just something percolating under the under the radar, really percolating that we're just not seeing yet, because these are very bullish. That's a very bullish right now. And as Michael and we always say, it doesn't mean that it's going to keep going higher. But I decided that based on the fact it was consolidating, and yet the histogram was moving higher and higher, meaning that the bullish candlestick patterns were vastly outweighing the bearish ones. Maybe it was just going to take a bit to move it, down the road. So I took the trade. That's why I'm in it. And of course, the reason I took it was even interested at all, because when you look left, look at that potential gap fill. I'm not saying it's going to get to 1939, but there's obviously just a ton of room. Michael pointed out that the bottom of on the daily chart of those three candles, if you can see, that's about 15, I don't know, 60 or so. That's still far enough away from what my entry on this. And, we'll just see. MNSO, I'm still in it. Why? Why am I in it? Because now I'm getting a little nervous. Nervous. What'll get me out of it? I mean, the histogram was still high, 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 high. Now it has dropped a couple, down here. If I start to see a big sell-off here, I'm out. I mean, it's that simple. Until I see the sell-off, just because a histogram is telling me there might be something, underneath that you're not seeing yet. But until it happens, I'm not going to get out. And I'm not, yeah, he always kids me. See, I think of scalpers as people getting into a trade, trying to make a nickel with a 1 cent stop. That is not me. I'll stay in a trade all day if I like it. I don't have like a short-term target or anything like that. I'm even thinking of adding to this MNSO if it breaks out of here, because again, I don't think there's very much resistance on the top end. Do I always scan for news when I buy a stock? I will always look to see if there is news, Derek. I don't know if that makes sense. Okay. I'll look to see if there is some news, but I don't need news to buy a stock, if that makes sense. So, I mean, we're always looking. Something going on with the single stock window now. Kind of getting jumbled every now and then. But I'll always look to see, okay, number one, is it an earnings play? Okay. Um, I've got my IB headline news front and center all the time. I'll check just quickly, is there some news for the stock? But if there is no news, it doesn't mean I won't buy it. I mean, if the pattern looks great and there seems to be a lot of enthusiasm and the relative volume is high, I will still take a look at a stock. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me, Mr. William? ALB? Long since 9. What? I just missed your message here. Where is that? 9:45. Wow. No kidding. Very proud of you. Well, Rev, again, if you're just listened, I mean, My thinking is that maybe there's, because it wasn't moving and yet this histogram was moving higher, it's starting to move a little bit more on that one, but remember, even that one, it wasn't really moving. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe there's something happening underneath that we're just not aware of yet. Nothing is 100% rev, obviously, but that was my thought process. Histogram moving higher, consolidating. Take the trade, see what happens. I mean, for me, I took the trade. I'm going to see what happens. As Michael says, there's no one trading plan, all right? I'm a very different trader from Michael, and as he pointed out, Steve and Andy and Jamie, we're all different. I'm probably the most different because I'm way more the intraday trader, but they all have different ideas of looking at the market. And that's what makes it really interesting. I didn't realize that the FDMT was actually an AI alert also. I mean, the big news about this one, of course, is with Goldman Sachs going from neutral to buy with a pretty big price target, $68. Not that it has to get there, of course. By the way, guys, I couldn't do it. I couldn't hold on to Amazon. I can always get back in at some point, but I basically got out flat. I said that I took this right around 101 pre-market, but I will look to get back in maybe. The fact that the market is, I mean, I know it's drifting down a little bit, but the market is pretty positive, and yet it couldn't retain. So I am really, really going to try to swing this one, but I need to be more comfortable with it. We must be looking at different daily charts, Ori. I see well, my void is at the high right there. Okay, that's the high, and that's 1935. I'm not saying ENVX is going to get anywhere close to it, but that's where I'm seeing. Where are you seeing 1580? Just out of curiosity. Are you looking at the bottom, the bases of those candles? Is that where you're looking at? So I'm always just looking left to see where the next high is, but I guess that's valid too, if you want to do it that way. Boy, this MNSO is really looking a little juicy again, guys. I mean, it's going to go one of two ways. It's not going to stay here. We know that. So, I mean, it might break down. But right now the histogram is not telling us really much. It's just sort of resting here. It is, lower bar. So, I mean, it looks like it wants to break down based on this histogram action, but until it does, I'm not selling. Now the market is starting to drift down too, so there is that. That might take it down a bit. So I also got to watch what the market's doing. Oop, let me get rid of that message. Okay, so with this market starting to drift down a little bit, it's kind of giving me a little bit of pause here on all of these, though the histogram is still telling me, don't worry yet. But I mean, I'm in at 1506. I mean, this is not like a massive gain. This is more of a, again, this is so experimental so far still. Week and a half or so, maybe 2 weeks of trying to test this. I haven't seen sober in a long time. Well, that sounded. The stock symbol SOBR, haven't seen this for a while. Well, all the news they had. Okay, this market now is starting to sell off, so it's giving me a little bit of concern, even though the histogram is sort of telling me one thing, but hey. Okay, that got me out of the MNSO. Market is more getting me out of the MNSO. Okay. That's why I wanted to not correct, but make it crystal clear that that's not what I meant, William. All right, guys. Well, this might be getting into short territory for the MNSO. Yeah, that's a pretty big red bar now, guys. Not that I'm aware of, North. Just no, not that I don't think there's anything you just hit or anything like that, but. All right, guys, I'm actually out of the ENVX now. I'm basically flat on it. I think this market is sort of, even though the histo is telling me to stay in it, I may get back in if depending what the market does. But again, this is it's one piece of the puzzle. That's another big one right there, that big red bar in the SPY. All right, well, that might be the news from Eagle Guy. Keep an eye on this one, this RXRX. I mean, this is got some room down here. $11 is the next low. I don't know if it's, absolutely being dragged down by the market, but had a little pause right there. And now this candle coming in, histogram's moving a little bit lower. Ah, 400, we hardly knew you. 403. Yeah, giant red bar now, guys. Big, 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 big red bar. Red bar. Look at here's China now. Probably most things are moving down. KWEB, look at KWEB, big red bar now for it. Now, will that VWAP hold it? 2676. Yeah, it won't die. You're right. MNSO won't quite die. I'm out of it completely, but it won't quite die. Pretty strong in the face of that big red bar. Whereas ENVX. So again, you have to have common sense. I mean, when you see a big red bar like this, I don't care what this thing is telling me, this histogram is telling me, I'm gonna watch. You got to watch what the overall market's doing. DCGO. For some reason, I had a price alert set there. Can't remember why though. So it's right through that VWAP, but you know who doesn't care? FDMT making another new high, guys. FDMT making another new high. That Goldman price target of $68 is certainly affecting this. See, that's why, guys, I mean, you really got to pay attention to what the market's doing. I mean, we're back here, there was none of this. This is kind of basing. The market was up, bit market was basing and everything. Probably most trades that you were taking were not going to get destroyed. But I mean, you get a candle like this, you were not paying attention. You can suffer some decent losses if you're not paying attention. You should be, no, but you should always have a stop, of course. But sometimes, you get a little like a daisical or whatever, because you think, what's the market's nothing's going to happen. And you go downstairs right about here, right about 12:45, do some stuff, and then you come back. We've seen this in the room. I don't mean people necessarily have been in trades, but they come back, they've gone for a while, and they say, hey, what happened? So there's a new bounce play from Zach. However, with the market doing what it's doing, just be very wary. Again, that's my opinion, just for advanced traders anyway. Now, if it were to bounce, if the market stopped moving down and this were to bounce ACLX, you got some lows right about here, right around 2040. Yeah, look at this. Wow, that's the biggest volume bar of the day now on the 15 anyway for the SPY. Biggest volume bar of the day. There's always something. UUP, let's take a look at. Here's the dollar. Yeah, this is a great market down, dollar up. Loheed, yeah, big spike up. Way too pricey for me, but yeah, look at the volume that came in to Loheed. Yes, something is weird happening. Hey, Chris, are you in the secret room? If you are, put your mic on. A moment, guys. I'm having to talk to our dev guys. Hmm. So that's NASDAQ. It's New York. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys. Maybe the moment of truth now for MNSO. I mean, I'm definitely interested in shorting this. Lots available. 192,000 at Interactive Broker, so there's plenty, and a very not a bad 1% fee, so that's not excessive if we're looking at that IJA. Yeah, look at wheat is right. Good spot there, Zach. Yeah, I mean if something goes crazy. RX. Well, try to take it. I mean, if you don't short, I can't help you, but I mean, try to take advantage of. Right now, it's amazing that MNSO is still hanging tough. Amazing, but I mean, it's interesting. Okay, guys, maybe this is the little crack we're looking for, the MNSO. Maybe. I mean, the histogram certainly is falling, and the market is continuing to put in another red bar. So yeah, what a turnaround. So the Dow is negative. NAS is still a little bit positive. The SPY is basically flat. What a turnaround. I think what'll get me into this short might be if it gets to like 1091, 1093 on the bid ask, something like that, getting far enough away from the from 11. So then we would have the VWAP to contend with, but that would be far enough away, 1036. And then I'm talking about the MNSO. Well, I'm pretty glad I got out of my 3 hour swing of Amazon. Oh, XRX. There's the ETF for the airline industry, jets. So where did I find RXRX? This was in the small gap breakout. Okay, on the way down, RXRX. It was right when I was on my break. I was watching this, and this was on the small gap breakout, and obviously helped immensely with what the market's doing now. Don't get too many alerts. Now here's a company I've never heard of. Doesn't trade very much. It's an Israeli company. Earnings play, SMWB. Reasonably unaffected by what's happened on the market. SMWB, low float, 20 million, doesn't trade very much. It's only 300,000, but that's 6.8 times normal. So, ah. Okay, guys, MNSO is getting tastier. Watching. 1094, 1095, 97. Looking for just something just a little bit lower. Now, just watching this bottoming tail here on the SPY. Let's see if the buyers step in a little bit more. Never a dull moment in the market, man, oh man. Just when you think, okay, nothing's going to happen, all of a sudden, kaboom. Yeah, look at that. I mean, the market, yeah, it's MNSO is still going to stick to my, I'm looking for like about a 1091, 1093 bid ask. Clear that 11 level. It may not happen. The goose is after a nice run. It's, being affected by the overall market. Look at that bottoming tail now in the SPY, guys. The buyers are trying. What time is it now? 144. So, or yeah, 144. So a minute left for this candle to close. It's the next candle that'll really tell a lot. Yes, sellers had it down to 394. The buyers are trying to take it higher, at least maintain. The next candle will really probably tell. So I bet you there are some stocks that look like this now with these bottoming tails on the 15, just like the SPY. Well, look at the histo starting to increase again on the MNSO. This is strong. I mean, this is still strong. Did not trigger for me. Now, next SPY candle, what is it going to be? Is it going to be more big selling or just kind of resting for a while? I saw SATX up here, SATX. Oh, this is one. Oh yeah, this one. IPO, I guess, back here. What did it get up to? $53? Yeah. Yeah, I just got halted. No shorts for me either. Wow, I missed this one. I would have made it. Is this the first time it's been halted? No. Got halted at 22 or 23. Yeah, MNSO. Yeah, now it's breaking down below. That candle being red. Still not convinced though. I'm going to stick to a 1091, 1092, 1093 bid ask in that range. Again, this is not to recommend to do what I may do. Also, I'm going to be in a marketing meeting in about 13 minutes. Even Peloton is trying to put. Okay, guys, look at this market and look at this big bottoming tail, the SPY in the 15-minute chart. So the sellers, were selling, 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 but the buyer stepped in, closed it here. This next candle is trying to be green. Well, your little ACLX, it did bounce. How much, I don't know, but how much is going to keep bouncing, ACLX. However, look at the market. Okay, you got to really pay attention to this. Okay, guys, MNSO really close. Look at the market. Buyers tried. Sellers looked like they're trying to regain control right here. Yeah, we've seen that news. Afshin. Well, certainly stocks that are moving, yeah, for whatever reason. They may have pulled back and starting to move. I mean, this is still, I would call this like GLBE. I mean, it is trying to come back a little bit here as an example. Probably more in the smaller cap ones. The UXIN has been kind of strong for a while. It's a China stock. It's actually, yeah, it's a China stock. I mean, I think does this have some room? 326, yeah, 326. I was hoping that 350 was the next high, but it's not. Man, this MNSO is just teasing here, right around that 11 mark. Well, yeah, well, you're probably lucky you don't have shorts, William. short. Shares to short. This is doing its thing again. And I'm talking about SATX. Yeah, you see the big difference between this race scan and this one. You'll see some big percentage movers here. You will not see as many here. Might get the odd one, but you will not see, like SATX was like what, 12, 15%? And what does it mean? Up, it means since the race started. Let's see what happens here when this race starts. So what 2.2%? What does it mean with the VIOT? Now it's only a $1 stock, but it has moved 2% since the race started. That's what that means. SATX so has moved now 2.6% since the race started. But look how it pulls back. So you should see it probably pull back a bit here. Agri is another call it a wheat stock, maybe. See how stocks jockey for position. There's, remember I was just saying the SATX pulled back, so now it's disappeared. So all these percentages mean is that since the race started, and it's a 4-minute race, we're almost 2 minutes into it. Since the race started, this is moved 1.1%. I mean, not a huge number, but sometimes you're going to see 10, 15% in something like this. Aqua, 0.24%. I mean, no big deal, but you know what? Is this looks like a buyout almost. This is an earnings play, guys. Aqua is an earnings play. Look at MNSO. Boy, I'm glad I waited. I mean, look how strong this thing is. Well, I'm gonna have to stick my alert again. I mean, it may not happen. I mean, before this happened and that red bar on the SPY, before that happened, I was seriously thinking of adding to my long position if it broke out of here. Now I'm not in it anymore, but this is really strong. I mean, it's just holding. You mean football night, Jay? You can say football night. If you're still in the room. That was at 1:48, so you may be gone. Jay is from England. He would be caught dead calling soccer in England. You must be really having to bite your tongue when you say soccer. Okay, the only thing I can say about the MNSO, I don't know, I'm sort of fixated on it. It's starting to make lower highs. Okay, so it is starting to make lower highs. So, but the market is showing some resiliency, but we've got some bottoming tails and topping tails in the last two 15-minute candles on the SPY. So guys, I've got to get ready for this marketing meeting. So I'm going to put my announcement in. I'm going to put myself on mute. Now, I don't know when I'll be back. It all depends on how long the meeting is. All right, guys, I'm back, and let's see what I did while I was in this meeting. So, well, I'm going to maybe look at the MNSO again. I took a short on MNSO while the market was doing this, and I got stopped out for about a 5-cent loss. I thought this was it. Got in, I think, at 10.93 or something, and watched it. I was getting close to 11. So I got stopped out for a little loss on the MNSO. So kind of watching it and took a wild swing at EBIX and did okay. Craziness. Saw this, again, while I'm in this meeting, I saw this candle here, saw the pullback and took a little bit just over that 26. It wasn't a great spread. And then, man, oh man, it popped up to 27. Of course, you could not get out right there, but did okay. And don't know what happened. I mean, the only reason I did it is because of 3 days ago, of course, it got up to what, 30.51. I think that was a earnings play. Yeah, that was an earnings play. So I thought, okay, traders might be looking at this high. So there you go, guys. That is what I have. Stupid bots in our YouTube room. I got to get rid of. All right. Do I dare look at MNSO again? So yeah, all these different news, all the different news that is coming out over this rocket or whatever the heck happened over there. So that's why you got to be awfully careful. So guys, this is the exercise, okay? Some were asking earlier about tracking stocks that had earnings and then seeing maybe the next day whether or not, they follow through. So let me bring up my, now you can go to the earnings channel, or this is what I'm sharing. Here are going to be basically all what I consider all the earnings. All the companies that had earnings, look at them all here. Anything with a minus 0.25 or so if you're only looking on the long side, so continuation on the long side, then all you have to do is take my pre-market actives, sort on the earnings date column, okay? And anything that says 0.25 or minus 0.25 to me is an earnings play. So start clicking, and you take a look at SE and you see, okay, there it is. Could it have continuation? I don't know. But the FDMT, this is not an earnings play, but this is, of course, this is the big Goldman upgrade. But, just keep clicking, click on HUYA, could it have, but I'm looking at some of the smaller ones I'm not as enamored with because I just think there's, too much resistance, not that far away. But they could take a look. I mean, if you don't mind playing more expensive stocks, there's a DAVA. What did it get up to? $80. So, it's kind of close. Could it have a second day? I don't know. But what you can do is you can take the symbols, just heart them, heart the ones that you think could move the next day, create a top list window. What I would do is create a top list window and put the position in the previous day's range as one of the filters, so that it has to be above. Okay, and you can start watching it in the pre-market, okay, to see whether or not these stocks are above yesterday's high, maybe a continuation on earnings. Now you could do the same on the way down if you want, but so the exercise is just to go through them all and just check to see how they've traded. Could this have a second day? I don't know. The WKME. I mean, this is a bit of a strange one. Had the earnings pop and then kind of a big drop. So I wouldn't call this one. I wouldn't this one I would not be watching tomorrow. just because it's, it's got to get back over 63. I mean, it could, but it's sitting at 58 right now. There you go. So major, you can, why don't you share it? And of course, you could use the earnings filter. For me, I like to look at the charts. I just like to look at the charts before I put something in. So, TME. I mean, could TME have a second day? I mean, it's a 10 cent. It's a China stock. It's had a very, very strong day. No matter, it hasn't really cared what the rest of the market has done. It's had a very strong day. Could it have a strong day tomorrow? Now, the other thing you can do, if you don't want to use the heart, because I mean, you may have some symbols already in a like list, you can always create a scan, like a top list, sorry, a symbol list. Call it, next day earnings play, whatever you want to do, whatever you want to call it. And then if you see something that you like, on a chart, I don't talk about this too often, but you can right click on the chart. It's an extra step, but you may want to, maybe you already have a lot of stocks that you like, but they're not necessarily earnings plays or anything like that. So if you right click on the chart and you see where it says send, so send TME to, and then click on symbol lists. And then if you haven't created very many symbol lists, then you'll see it immediately and just click on it and it'll go in there. So, I mean, it's a couple of extra steps, but I still think, guys, if it's a good exercise to check the charts. You should want to check the charts before, you don't want to overload yourself with just every single earnings play that happened today to see if there's a continuation, in my opinion, anyway. Well, this MNSO is tempting me again. It's late, but note, let's take a look at note to see what it, so that was yesterday pre-market. So that's what it did. Yeah, there you go. So it, had a little bit of a, 590. It was the high of yesterday. You took it out, and and it may be a third day continuation. You never know. Especially if it takes this out, this 671 out. You can just sort of see in the daily chart. If it can take 671 out, the two highs there, so I would watch this one. So it doesn't just have to be the next day continuation. I mean, if the next day it continues, keep following it till it doesn't. All right, guys. So typically I'll put myself on mute about now. I'm still here. I will answer any questions if I have to. I'll hop back on the mic, or I'll hop back on the mic if I see something might be interesting. Okay, so definitely ask questions. Don't be shy. But let me just put myself on mute right now. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute. Yeah, from 3:30 to 4. Yes, it is done for good. Yes. Just not enough use of it. Okay. I mean, it was too much, what do you think about this chart or what do you think about this? And it just wasn't, so Chris has got way more, I don't want to say important things, but way more other things that he can do than sit there for an hour and just, have, really not anybody really talking about the program and how do I do this or that. So that was the reason. Okay, guys, I'm going to wrap this up a little bit earlier, okay? I've got some issues I'm trying to clear up with this single stop window and a few other things going on. So I'd like to get a start on this right now. So I'm going to get my script together, shut the room down, both rooms down now, of course. So thanks for all of the help today again. Have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Bye-bye.